certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt, and if you're not in a great mood, today might not be for you because it is a fantastic Monday. We are out of control happy, out of control positive. I just done a shitload of crack cocaine that I'm pretty sure was mixed with fentanyl, and we are ready to go. Welcome to the program. Oh my God, Gophers win, Vikings win. We got, poor people are starving. I'm so happy. My shirt's wrinkly as shit. If you want the headline for today, look, I know that since my triumphant return from the clink, that people who despise Steel Toe have been at a loss for, what to kind of go after. I think today, Johnny, you got to go after the wrinkly shirt.
The wrinkly shirt's always a good bet. Can I see it?
Can I see that your video and audio are not matching up?
Our video and audio aren't? Oh, dude.
Nope. Now you're shit. Like it looks good for a little bit. That this always happens to me when I feel good. When I'm like, oh man, nothing can stop an awesome start to the day. There is some tiny, minuscule, should not matter thing that is just going to slightly knock me off kilter enough to make me go, yeah, God damn it.
Yeah, because I have no idea how to fix that.
Yeah, it's bothering the shit. Oh, you know what? It's OBS because it's doing it to me too. My encoder is way overloaded for some reason. Oh, fucking Daily Mail. That's why I can't have a Daily Mail story up.
All right. Well,
I can't have a Daily Mail story up. I can't have a Care 11 story up. Those are the two that I can't do. Because they don't allow ads. Or they don't allow ad blockers, and when I take the ad blocker off, it's one of these. It's one of these sites that just believes, you know what we can do? We can make our website completely unusable, and people will. No, you know what I'll do? I'll take the headline I find from the Daily Mail or Care 11,
and I'll look for it somewhere else.
And it was a really good one too, because it was this UFC fight over the weekend that got a guy fired. And he didn't get fired necessarily for bad performance. He got fired because they're pretty sure he threw the fight for, how everyone's hyper vigilant now because of the NBA thing?
Yeah. So they thought he was playing on the inside for the mob?
They think, somebody, because there was a sudden movement in the odds of the fight. And when odds of a fight move, it means people are putting shitloads of money on the other guy.
Yeah.
Or somebody came in and dropped a bunch of money on one of the guys. Like either one guy came in with a bunch or a bunch of people came in with small bets. And this Isaac Dulgarian was favored to beat this Yadier Del Val at this ESPN UFC event they had. And all of a sudden the odds tightened. Like right just before the fight, hours before. They saw this guy go from like a minus 300 to a minus 120, which means the fight got closer as to who Vegas thought was going to win.
Bet on the other guy.
Right, and then
or a lot of money.
Now that wouldn't have been bad enough or to get people to be suspicious. The odds of a first round stoppage, either by knockout or submission, they started really high odds against to like again -1. So Bulgarian, the favorite, went from a 250 betting favorite, which is basically 2.5 to 1, to -154. So all of a sudden, those odds came down quite a bit. Now, the first round stoppage odds, I can't see what the number is on this article, on the Yahoo Sports article, but that moved a bunch too. Just before the fight.
Was it a first round stoppage in the fight?
It was a first round submission by Yadier Del Val. Ended up winning the fight by first round submission. So Isaac Dulgarian, this guy who was almost a 3-1 favorite before the fight, all of a sudden it tightens up to -150.
What are the odds of that?
Well, I don't think as many people would be looking at this as strange if the NBA stuff hadn't come out.
Oh, yeah. After the NBA stuff went, well, first off, the NBA stuff made a lot of people be like, oh, you know what? This is it. It's all scripted. It's never whatever. And then the only time they get upset is when someone plays against their plan to make money.
Yeah,
so,
there you go.
I just...
You're right. No, you're right. It's going to make a lot of people very, very skeptical. It's going to make a lot of people go like, okay, is anything I'm watching legit? That's why I think the NBA is screwed either way. Because if the NBA tries to nail everything down and tries to get everybody who's gambling, it's going to be like the steroid scandal was in baseball.
It's going to take you apart just to stop it.
It's going to hurt you. That's for sure. It's going to hurt you. And then if they don't do anything about it, people will go, oh, the NBA doesn't give a shit. They're crooked. It's, I got to tell you, I was watching football this weekend, and every time something goofy happened, every time there was a ticky-tack penalty called or something like that, I was like, what's going on here?
What's the deal?
What's the deal? Is this now the Vikings beating the Lions, for example? The Lions were 8.5-point favorites, and the Vikings won by 3. So it was way off the odds. Like you didn't have to fix it for the Vikings to win. So I think we're good on that one. But, now every time Patrick Mahomes gets a call, every time the Chiefs, people were already thinking the NFL was rigging shit for the Chiefs before.
Yeah.
Now, after the NBA thing, people are going to be extra skeptical. So this Isaac Dulgarian, the guy who was favored to win, and I thought this was a smart move by UFC, they cut him.
They cut him?
They cut him, which was like their way of saying, whatever happened here, we had
nothing.
Don't want
nothing to do with it.
We had nothing to do with this, because I think a guy like Dana White would be even more suspect because he's such a gambling junkie.
Yeah, that wouldn't help at all.
So cutting this guy is their way of saying, look, I know what you're like. That is really the ultimate, like, look, I know what you're thinking, but we swear that's not what's happening here. In fact, this guy's out. So it's going to be one of those things where everybody's going to be looked at as suspect from now on. And that's too bad because, sports especially, upsets happen. Sometimes. Well, the term upset comes from sports. There was the racehorse Man o' War went undefeated one year, and then in one of the races, I think it was the Belmont or the Preakness or the Kentucky Derby, one of the big three in horse racing, the Triple Crown. In one of those races, Man o' War lost, even though they were heavily favored. The name of the horse that beat Man o' War
was
Upset.
Oh.
So anytime an underdog wins in sports, they call it pulling an upset.
Okay.
Not like a lot of people think it comes from you upset the other team. They're upset. They're angry.
That's what I always thought it was. I thought it was an emotional thing. Like,
no,
they upset.
It's a really awesome story about a stupid, retarded horse that never did anything in its life other than win one big race. And now if you're the underdog and you win, It's
Forever
named after you.
memorialized after one race.
You're now, it's an upset. So yes, I think the story is Aaron's wearing a gay shirt, or not a gay shirt.
Outing yourself already.
What the hell was that?
Absolutely nobody asked for it.
Aaron's wearing a wrinkly shirt. Ironically, if it weren't wrinkly, it probably would be gay. I look like...
Yeah, that's the least gay thing about it is the wrinkly.
It looks like I'm wearing drapes or like a high school robe.
Yeah,
sections.
or an accordion.
Yeah, I'm wearing...
something.
Ready? I'm squeezing my tits together. This is very...
Yeah, when you fully expand, it like opens the button lane in the middle. It looks like it's trying to talk sideways. It's strange.
Ready?
Yeah.
My Bologna. Sorry. I could do Weird Al covers today with my shirt. All right,
nice.
let's go to a couple of people. Thank you to Adam Simon for gifting a membership over on YouTube. I appreciate that, buddy. Gifted memberships are currency over here. After the week in jail, we went way down. We're like 15 away from 300 on Rumble, and we're about 50 away from 400 on YouTube. So we went from over 1,000 to now we're in the low sevens. So it's time to either renew those memberships or just gift a bunch of them. Veldrain with $1 says after taking a glancing blow, he did a double backflip and laid on the ground unconscious. Now, both ESPN and UFC are really stingy about their copyright stuff, so I'm going to be careful, but we'll see if we can get a quick little snippet of the fight. Veldrain says, nice shirt. Is it a relief map of Idaho or Montana? It's a joke. They joke. It feels so good when they joke. By the way, Wedding Crashers over the weekend had their 25th anniversary.
Oh.
No, you're right. That's what it deserved.
Yeah, it was a remarkably meh movie. Like, it was good at the time. Like, just hit one. Like,
No,
you're Owen Wilson.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I know.
Drinking beers with $5 says, I wonder if Rosen wants to go to All-Stars tonight. I don't know. Do you mean Mark Rosen, the sports guy? I only know two Rosens. I know Mark Rosen, the Minnesota sports legend, and I know the pedophile hunter guy, Rosen, Alex Rosen. So either he means that the Vikings and Gophers both won, and that's awesome and good for us, and Mark Rosen wants to go celebrate at a place called All-Stars, or it's something much darker, and it means that a child sexual predator hunter
is on the prowl,
wants to go do something fucked up and go catch some people. I have to, I got to clear the scoreboard here, don't I?
Probably. It's the start of the week.
It's the start of a new week, and that means Drinking Beers is on top with the first $5 of today. Thank you very much, buddy. Now, you guys might have noticed that, the cuck chair has now been replaced by central booking. I like that better. I think that's the way we should go from now on. And also, you may have noticed that our goals have not been as high as they used to be. Shit's going down here on Steel Toe. What can I say? Membership,
nice.
Yeah, memberships are going up. Ad revenue is up. Rumble Creator Program revenue is up. That gets passed along. What can I tell you? 270 is the number for today. Thank you to Loaded Wrench for renewing his membership and for the $2. Says, I had a shirt like that till my dad got a job. I see now. You know, look, right now there is a time where many people in this country are struggling. And I'm wearing a wrinkly button-up shirt today to show my solidarity with the struggling people of the United States of America who don't have their SNAP and their EBT right now.
So you're showing your solidarity by not folding and putting away your laundry after you dry?
Correct, because I'm trying to be poor. Trying to be very poor. You know who else struggled when they were young?
It'd probably be dirty.
Well, you know who struggled when they were younger? You know who had a really hard time growing up?
Who?
Hasan Piker. It's true. We're going to hear it from him today. We got a clip today of Hasan Piker. It was in the prep sheets. And I did send them yesterday afternoon to Johnny. I did send them in a timely manner. Hasan Piker claims that he grew up struggling.
Him and Gavin Newsom now are like, yeah, I'm a poverty child. And it's like, no, you're not.
You got to be a poor guy. Once you start running for office and you start needing people's approval, you got to be poor. If you're not poor, you're nobody.
I just feel like history has shown, both with Piker and the other guy, that, no.
Both, yes. Both struggling.
Yeah.
Both struggling.
No.
Yeah, no, both of them. They told me. Wonder Bread, brown sugar sandwiches. It's what they used to have for lunch. They had poor dental.
He was literally featured in an article called "The Children of the Wealthy."
Who?
When he was younger.
Who?
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom was?
Yeah.
Well, that's how ingenuitive he was as a poor guy.
God damn it. I fucking hate this. I mean, why are you so ashamed of the fact that you grew up wealthy? Like, yeah, you can't relate to the common man. So what? Just don't get it. Like, nope, I'm one of yous.
Why do you, as a crippled guy, have to shit on everybody's story how they rose up out of poverty?
Because it's who I am.
Gavin Newsom clearly struggled as a child.
Yeah, with mental issues, apparently.
He was born mentally retarded, and he made something of himself. And they made a state just for him, California, and he got to run it. Isn't that something? That's an inspirational story. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. They're coming in hot this morning, so I got to get to these. And then we've got so much going on. Red Fox Mad says, every time I watch pro sports, I see proof they are all rigged. How about those Vikings? QB fake injuries? J.J. McCARTHY had a legit high ankle sprain, and we killed Carson Wentz. We killed him off. The Vikings are running their season like a TV show. We had a quarterback killed off instead of just going, oh, J.J. McCarthy's right. Here's what the Vikings did that was so brilliant. They didn't want a veteran quarterback lingering in the background while our young rookie quarterback went through his struggles of his first season as a professional. So what they did was they let the Los Angeles Chargers murder Carson Wentz. So all we had for a backup was an undrafted rookie free agent from the University of Minnesota. Nobody's going to want him over J.J. McCarthy, no matter how bad J.J. struggles. So he's out of the picture. I mean, you want to talk about commitment to a quarterback? The Vikings had a guy killed.
Oh, dear Lord.
Probably ended his career. So that
like legit ended his career, or are we still joking?
He might be done. I mean, he's old, so it's possible. But the Vikings beat the Lions yesterday. Very happy about that. I was thrilled, watched it. The kids stayed upstairs and watched pretty much the whole game.
Nice.
I was pretty surprised by the kids having the attention span to watch a whole Vikings game. They reached for the tablets a couple of times.
Especially during some of those longer commercial breaks.
Yeah, they're not. Remember, they didn't grow up with commercials.
God.
So they don't know.
I grew up with commercials, and then I got out of them for a bit. Now they're coming back again, and it's just a huge pain in the ass.
What do you mean they're back again?
Like, I have Amazon Prime, but apparently I guess there must be different tiers and I don't pay enough.
Nope.
To get ad-free.
That's legit. You're right.
Yeah, I'm a poor person.
There's Amazon Prime and Hulu. I have Hulu Live. I have the live TV. I pay a considerable amount of money for Hulu every month. When I watch recorded shows, I get ads.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's fucking weird.
And SP pays like $20 and she has no ads. I pay like $90 a month for Hulu during the football season. I get ads, but not like live TV ads. I mean, like when I watch Law & Order SVU like a good white girl should, I get ads. She gets no ads.
I think it's smothered with them during I've been watching Alone with my lady, and we've been enjoying that reality show. So it's really fun. We'll be really into it, and they put the ads in like specific sequential breaks, and they don't always fit in the show. So it's like one moment something happens and then they cut away. It's like, do you have dirty dishes? And a Dawn commercial comes on. I'm just like, this is not in. No, I'm not. This is weird.
Nefarious says you pay $5 to $10 more for no ads.
That sounds like a lot to me.
Even with live. See, I would think paying a bunch for the live would just automatically eliminate the ads. Such is not the case.
You would hope so.
Such is not the case. And that's how the 1% is tearing this country apart. And that's why we need to stand for our brothers and sisters on all the welfare. Gray Duckling with $10 says 50 years ago today, November 8th, it's November 3rd. 50 years ago today, November 8th, 1975, a major uprising in Bangladesh overthrew the government of Brigadier Khaled Musharraf and freed Army Chief Major General Zaire Rahman. Just saying. You know what? Can I tell you something sick?
What's that?
I knew that.
That's not sick. You're a history buff.
I knew that. I knew that that general was overthrown, and I knew that it was a Bangladeshi coup, and it was totally something that I was aware of. Do you believe me?
I mean, I'm trusting you.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. I'm lying. I'm lying about knowing about that Bangladeshi coup. I don't give a shit about Bangladesh. That guy,
man.
Dude, the guy they overthrew could have stayed in power for 70 years, and guess what? Bangladesh would have ended up the same. I didn't even know there was a Bangladesh. I thought it was like Burma or Laos or Cambodia or something by now. I didn't even know. I thought Bangladesh was like Myanmar, Burma, that kind of thing. I had no idea.
Doing better than me. You're a guy, but you're the one who's like, ooh, history, and you really love like the Crusades and some other shit. So I'm like, fuck, maybe you knew that too. I don't know.
Drinking Beers says people receiving EBT aren't gifting you money. Yeah, that's why I'm on their side. I want to get that money back in their pocket so they can keep, dropping a couple of bucks on the toe, of course. 260 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Veldrain with $1 says, Hasan Piker, I'm coming to kill you and iron Aaron's shirt. I didn't have time to get the iron out today. I'm sorry. I'm the unironed sheik.
Just one good pass, man.
It would have taken one here. Just do it while the shirt's on. Save yourself some time.
The steam will actually feel good.
Yeah, it would have been real nice. I would have smelt like burnt chest hair. It would have been wonderful. Redbird with $1 says, showing your solidarity by sitting on the internet and demanding that others that hold real jobs give you their money so you can feed your kids. New Boot Goofing. Correct. Yes. I'm sorry. Were we confused as to what we were doing?
He understands the struggle. I thought we covered this.
Are you having trouble keeping up with the program today? Do I need to slow things down? Am I being a little too city slicker for you? Yes. I learned from, what's his name? What's my favorite televangelist? The guy who smiles all the time. Osteen. I learned from Joel Osteen that you show solidarity with the poor.
By begging for money.
By taking, These people just don't understand how capitalism works. I don't get it. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron, did you see this about ESPN Live is not really live? I mean, I can check it out in a little bit, but I got to tell you this. We are having that Monday thing where I have to update the top 5 pretty regularly. Here's Red Fox Mad now at $10. Drinking Beers is in third at 5. And I'm terrified that I'm missing somebody, but that's okay. Gray Duckling is now at 12 with that $2 he just threw in. He says, hang your shirt in the bathroom while showering. You know, that's a really nice thing to say because usually people give me money and they write things like, hang yourself while you're showering.
That's just so mean.
So it's really nice.
And this is practical again, because if you take a hot, steamy shower, you're going to kind of steam the shirt just a touch.
I just, it's just, to me, it's the little things. And the fact that people are giving me laundry advice rather than telling me to die is, this is why we don't.
Nice change.
Well, it's why our fans don't say nice things to me, because then they say nice things and I go, I either insult them for being kind or I get super gay and touchy about it. Either way, they're like, I don't like the way this feels. Let's talk about his chins again. And by the way, I want to point out, it's not my chins. I found out what it is. SP told me. Now, she either handed me a cope or she's being very honest about this. She said, and I don't know which one's worse, really. She said, it's not your chins. She said, you're getting old and your neck and jaw skin is starting to sag.
I mean, that would almost work.
I'm going to go with it.
I mean, I guess, take the win, but it started early, apparently. Because I've seen you from, I've seen you back a couple pages. I'm just saying that development got its footwork in and groundwork in like right away.
I saw my high school senior picture. Apparently, my aging started when I was 17 years old. That's what happened.
And the hairline were apparently just set to go.
Yeah. So I just aged. I've got progeria, maybe. I'm a little touched by progeria. Archmagus Tim with $5 says, Viva la Revolucion! Yes, the, what is it? The 50th anniversary of the Burmese rebellion?
I guess.
Well,
we're celebrating that.
It puts Archmagus in fourth place, so the next person to throw in $5 is in central booking.
Nice.
Here on the toe. Thank you guys very much. I can't fucking keep up today. I'll tell you that much.
It's Monday. That's what happens every time.
I can't keep up.
I understand your struggle, but we've been here before.
We're at 245 already, so we're almost at 240, which everyone knows is only $10 away from 230. So shit's going down on the old toe. Let me catch up with these $1 over on Rumble. Coltrane with $1 says, get a VC Box Pro V. See, now here's where I'm technologically uninclined. I am so retarded that what he just said is so intimidating to me. And I'm going to fix this real quick. We're going to fix the box. What's in the box? There. I know this doesn't look as good, guys. I'm sorry, but we'll do that. I'm so technologically uninclined, though, that the minute he says, get a VC Box Pro V, I go, no, I'm confused already.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I'm guessing it's I thought that stuff was kind of like, not on the up and up in terms of the law. Like you're kind of skirting a lot of that stuff. I don't know how it gets around.
I'm not even on. I don't get to the legality of it or anything like that. I just see the name and I'm like, that sounds technical. That sounds like something I'll have to Google once or twice. I'm going to go ahead and keep what I got. I'm not inconvenienced enough to do anything about it. I'm inconvenienced enough to complain about it. I'm not inconvenienced enough to change. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, for some people, it's not even an inconvenience. I mean, my lady was pointing out this weekend how she grew up in the 80s and stuff, and she's like, we were used to commercials. She's like, I actually kind of like this. This is when I get up and I get my water and, I do my bathroom break stuff. Like we pop out during the commercial and then come back to the program. So she's used to it as an intermission.
Is it still Digger?
Yeah.
Why do you say my lady?
I don't know. I like calling her my lady.
Yeah. Why, is it a weird medieval thing?
Just sounded a little,
what?
A little early.
What?
My digger.
I like that. Change it to an N. You've got my heart and I approve. Mm-hmm. I meant diggin'. Change it, my diggin'. Get a VC Box Pro V and never pay for TV, pay-per-view, or movies again. It's $300 up front, but mine paid for itself in 3 months. Also, that shirt is something Meatloaf would wear. Well, that makes sense because I would do anything for love. But I won't do that, which is remain faithful. That's my... If I wrote that song, there would be a change. I'll tell you why I don't like that, Coltrane. It looks like an ad. It looks like you're getting something for telling me that. That's the only reason that I'm skeptical of it. Redbird with $1 says, right, your dewlap. It's not, no, it's I'm getting old. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, Gray Duckling is dumb. Well, I think we can pretty much stop the clock, right? There. I think that's probably the end of it. We can just go to Gray Duckling is dumb. All right, and cut. All right, that's a wrap. We got it, guys. Gray Duckling is dumb. Aaron doesn't shower, and the smell of burnt chest hair. Aaron looks like a shaved baby seal, a pudgy little lump. You see what I mean about the being nice?
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't last very long. Chev Maddox says, I missed his dono. I think he's just trying to get me to scroll. Oh, no, he's got it. $1 from Chev Maddox says, on my way to the airport for a Japan vacation, Johnny, how many pounds of panda do you need? That's a good question, so you can serve panda to people.
I mean, I thought panda was in China. There is an issue with black bears in Japan. You might be able to score a couple of those.
Are you ordering?
No, not at all. I don't have why would I order? I have nowhere to keep meat. I don't know what this idea that I have some sort of. I mean, I have a chest freezer that's relatively empty. If you're. So you want a full on.
Oh, if you're looking to give me a cut, I'm not going to say no. Give me a cut of the action. That's all.
You know what the fun part is? The Japanese black bears have big round ears. It looks kind of weird. Like Mickey Mouse level. It's weird.
Passing over a few black bear jokes. That's all I'm doing. T. Jefferson says you prefer jowls over weight. Bold choice, Cotton. Any excuse, any port in the storm. Mr. Q with some great advice says, Aaron, don't worry about your looks. There's nothing you can do about it.
You can't fix them now.
That's sage advice. You know, if we were in real life just having a couple beers, that'd be a really sweet thing to say. But since you're on the internet, let me do the response that everyone's going to have. You're gay! Shut up! Did I get that?
I think so.
I think I crushed it. Dash says, age is just a number in the hospital visits that are awful. It's the hospital visits that are awful. Well, I'm staying out of the hospital so far. Drinking beer says black bear meat is disgusting. Well, there you go. So you stick with the panda, buddy.
Again, I feel like if you're going to Japan looking for panda is going to be a tough order. I'm pretty sure those guys are in Japan.
Right. All I'm saying is I wish I could go back in time to the beginning of the season, put some money on the Cubbies.
Some money on the Cubbies.
That's all I'm saying. $1 from Coltrane says, LOL, I'm making money off selling a box you can get anywhere online. 3 guys from my work have got them, and I haven't made a dime. I paid you $1 to tell you about it. See, that sounds like a guy who's selling.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. He's got the smiley face at the end. It looks a little shifty. I don't know. I never understand emojis. This is one of those I'm apparently old thing. Like people type with emojis, and I'm like, all right, now I got to guess what you mean by a picture. When did we stop using the written word to go to Pictionary as a form of communication? It's
kind of like those ads for the games where they tell you, like the solitaire games where you can make money, and they're like, no, trust us. You just put it in your PayPal, and it'll be free. That's kind of what Coltrane's doing to us right now. It's Jewish. He's Jewish!
Oh, buddy!
There we go. You ready for, we love Clippers Unite on this show. He brightens my day every time. He comes in with $1 to give us the latest anti-steel toe hysteria conspiracy theory.
Okay.
You ready for this? His conspiracy theory today is that you were fed up with my fucking jail story. You thought it was bullshit. You ready?
Okay.
You want to have some fun with this?
Yes, I do.
$1 from Clippers Unite. By the way, Clippers Unite, we look forward to your $1 conspiracy theories every day. Did you and Johnny bury the shit with the rolled eyes incident? That's when you told the 250 people watching you. Is he having a hard time with the fact that we had 1,100 people watching the jail show?
Yeah, probably.
He's having a little bit of a day with that one. But don't worry. It went back down to 6 like the next day. Like nobody gave a shit.
It didn't even last a minute.
It lasted one show, and that was it. Don't beat yourself up. Watching that you changed the culture of jail within 1 week. I agree with Johnny as it was ridiculous. Now let's take this piece by piece. You ready?
Yes.
What's the rolled eyes incident? Were you rolling your fucking eyes at me?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I can't remember how I reacted to most of the story. And this might feed his. I don't remember most of the story. We did it in the moment, and I cared, and I got the beats.
Yeah,
someone did Mikey dirty, and other stuff like someone shit on the first floor. You were above that tier.
They shit in the shower.
They
shit in the shower.
Yeah.
First floor shower. Yeah.
First floor shower. Right. Like I got all of those. I've got all those parts in there, but for the most part, I don't remember it happening. So I can't explain what would have.
Let me
caused
help.
the eye roll?
Let me help you. Can I decipher this message real quick? We had fun with it, but let me decipher the message. Clippers Unite is mad that I didn't get molested in jail or that I didn't cry about it, so he has to make himself feel better by making shit up. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Clippers Unite. We love you, buddy. I appreciate it, and we look forward to tomorrow's. We got to have a name for the segment, the $1 Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Clippers Unite, $1 Conspiracies. All right, over 500 of you, heading to 600 watching today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're only a half hour in. We're almost to that 6 number. Maybe today's going to be really good. I'm just kidding.
I hope so.
It'll be between 600 and 700 people at a time at its peak, and we'll be fine and happy with that. That's about it. Pray by 12 says, save Mikey. Oh, bro, I looked into what my buddy Mikey did, and I want to defend. I want to defend my buddy Mikey because Mikey, to me, I think somebody was fucking with him. I don't think it's his fault.
Right. Yeah. I heard, if I remember correctly, wasn't it arson in a building?
It's so much more than that, though.
With like somebody inside?
It's easy to just say he's charged with committing arson with people inside, but it's so much more than that. So my buddy Mikey, who I defeated in 2-on-2 half-court basketball, I think because he's a black man is getting a raw deal from our justice system.
Okay.
I do.
Crazy stories.
I read the details of the case and what happened to Mikey, and I'm convinced that he's being framed.
He's being framed?
Yes.
This is exciting. That's a lot to go through. So somebody set the building on fire and made it look like
that's not what I said.
Oh.
It's not what I said. Now, as a co-host,
you said framed. I just kind of
right. Now, as a co-host, this is the part where you go, "Oh, wow, really? What happened?"
Well, what happened that you think he was framed for?
Bingo. Now I'm set free. It's like a genie out of the bottle. You have to. I'm like Cromwell in iRobot. You have to ask me the right questions. My responses are limited.
That is the right question.
I'm actually AI. People don't know that. So what happened with Mikey was that Sam Show, by the way, if you guys want to go to the Rumble chat, Sam Show's last salvo is fucking hilarious. Sorry, Clippers Unite. Don't mind Sam Show. Ignore him. We look forward to your $1 conspiracies every day. Mikey is in jail right now on suspicion of arson with someone inside the building. Now, the deal is Mikey just in the last couple of months here finally got deemed mentally competent to be prosecuted.
Stand trial or whatever?
Yeah, or just prosecuted in general. So Mikey was in a group home. And there was a phone call that came from the group home. Someone saying, there's someone in here setting fires. They're going room to room setting paper on fire. And just, we don't know what to do. Because like in these group homes, you can't put your hands on anybody. You know,
which is really weird because it would seem like in that situation, you might need to restrain someone, like say setting fires.
Right. So they go and investigate, and they see like there's a notebook on fire in one room. There's a box of tissues on fire in another room, and they're basically following this breadcrumb trail of arson, of fire. And there's no big fires. It's not like the building's going to burn down. It's nothing like that. It's just someone's walking around setting shit on fire. Shit. They walk into a room, and Mikey is sitting there lighting another notebook on fire. And they're like, sir, stop lighting fire. And he doesn't stop. He just looks up at him. He goes, fuck it. And he just keeps lighting shit on fire. Finally, he runs. He takes off outside. And after Mikey takes off outside, he picks up a big chunk of rock and starts smashing the group home's vehicle's windows. He starts just chucking rocks into the windows of the company vehicle. Again, allegedly. See, I know Mikey. I got to know Mikey for 6 days. And let me tell you something. I don't see Mikey doing this.
I mean, I don't know. You didn't see him doing it there. How many notebooks did he have?
I never saw him set a single thing on fire while we were in the county lockup.
Are you guys allowed to have like lighters and shit?
Look, if a guy wants to set fires, he'll find a way, right? Cavemen did it, for Christ's sake. It ain't that hard. So I never saw Mikey set anything on fire. I never even saw him have arsonistic tendencies. And also, nice guy. I'm thinking somebody at this group home was fucking with Mikey. I'm thinking one of these staff thought it would be funny to play some kind of like trick or bother or instigate with Mikey, and they knew he'd start burning. Hey.
So somebody egged him into it, is what you're going with.
I believe that Mikey is innocent of the charges due to extenuating circumstances. And I think a lot of it is they were fucking with poor Mikey. And that's why. Or you ever just like set shit on fire in your own house for fun?
No.
All the time, right?
I mean, unless you count the marijuana, no.
Yeah, you're burning. You're setting small fires while you're at work every goddamn day. So who are you to judge Mikey? You're sitting there lighting drugs on fire. All he was doing was burning notebooks. Who knows? Maybe that notebook had fraudulent invoices in it. Maybe Mikey was trying to raise attention to the fact that there's mass fraud being committed.
Well, I mean, I guess, hooray for getting attention, but you do realize burning the evidence isn't really doing you any favors.
He was raising awareness.
Right.
That's
Up
what
in
Mikey
smoke.
was doing. So Triple N says Crutches seems dubious. Yeah, you seem like you're doubting my theory.
I have suspicions, yes.
You think Mikey might be
I've
guilty?
never met, unlike you, I've never met, seen, or heard a word from Mikey, so I mean, I'm entirely willing to believe someone's innocent until proven guilty. I absolutely believe you can push people into kind of going off the deep end. I don't know enough about this particular individual to grant him that grace just yet. I will say it does seem an awful lot like the state's made its case of like, look, we caught him literally notebook on fire handed, and we went, this is
charcoal handed, and this is charcoal because he's black.
No,
he has black hands, and his black. So to you, the hands of a black man look like charcoal. So anytime a black guy's accused of arson, he must be guilty.
No.
Because
the hands of an arsonist look like
your
charcoal.
hands, your assertion, you call him charcoal hands because you're already assuming his guilt due to his skin color.
No. I'm just saying his skin color matched the underside of his palms really well. It was just because of all the arson.
Pool Scam Sam says everyone in that jail is innocent like Toe. Nope, only guilty man in Shawshank. T. Jefferson says, have Mikey over for some cornhole and a few old fashions, maybe even a stogie. Maybe easy on the stogie. Maybe even hold back on the alcohol if it's flammable. And maybe don't invite him over to my house because in the backyard on the deck we have the fire table.
Oh, yeah.
Let's start Mikey out with maybe a Perkins breakfast. Definitely not like Fuji, where they got the cooking right out in they do the oil and I don't know.
That's a fun time. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because it'll trigger him from the time he was framed for arson.
Right. And they love doing those grandiose like moves to make things flare up. Ooh, it's exciting. So.
Exactly. I love that people are saying in both chats, free Mikey. Yes, free Mikey. Absolutely. Hashtag free Mikey. Pool Scam Sam says, invite Mikey over to your house then. I have a feeling that Mikey might just come visit me on his own.
Well, that's just a good dude, He gets out. He wants to look up his pal.
Right.
That's a friend.
I don't think
you made a friend.
I believe that I won't even have to invite Mikey over. I think Mikey might just show up, Pool Scam Sam says fire tables are for women. It wouldn't be the first time I've been accused of having lady tastes. I'm watching Law and Order SVU for Christ's sake. Arch Magus Tim with $5 says, was he burning the Epstein client list? No, he was probably burning something that was next to the Epstein client list so he could raise awareness. I like
this is
Mikey.
An empty notebook, but this is the Epstein client list.
One of the guys I played basketball with, not my partner, but one of the guys I played with, really good dude, really great guy, was a lot of fun, was very funny. He's there because he's accused of murdering somebody.
Well then,
I mean, he loved doing pull-ups.
you know, before the violent murder and stuff, like I think he was a good dude.
Dude,
you know, guy you'd go fishing with.
Let me give you, if you're an outgoing person, if you're like a keep to yourself kind of guy, don't go to jail. But like if you're an outgoing, friendly person that makes friends pretty easily, go to jail for like a week. This is great advice, by the way. Go to jail for like a week, and you'll come out of there thinking none of these guys have ever done anything wrong their entire lives. You'll be like, oh, come on.
What are we complaining about this dude for?
Even the stuff they've done wrong, I can excuse it. Like my buddy, oh, shit. My buddy. You know, my friend. My buddy and me smoking meth in a tree. He's, I can't remember his name. That's
hurtful.
Let's call him Bill. I taught him how to play cribbage, for Christ's sake. I can't remember his fucking name. I can see it showing up on my phone, on my jail phone for like he was getting calls, and it goes to everybody's phone. And shit, I lost it again. It was right there. It's not Wyatt, but it's something like that. Anyway, he was arrested for doing meth, or he had like shit on him, like what do they call it, paraphernalia? But he was breaking into a storage unit, and he also had burglary tools. So here was my thing with that guy: is I'm like, well, he was only breaking into the storage unit with the burglary tools because he was trying to get stuff so he could do more meth.
Yeah, but it does sound like those things are all crimes, especially if it was never your storage unit to begin with.
But he seems like a good enough guy.
That's still kind of theft, though, isn't it?
Look, I mean, if we're going to split hairs, if you want to just be cold and technical, if that's the kind of justice system you want, fine.
Right.
But he picked up cribbage real quick, even beat me in a couple of games. He was a nice enough kid, said he wanted to get better. He said he can't fuck up anymore. He's going to move away from all the temptation, start somewhere new. I don't know. I mean, the person's storage unit's fine. It's not like anybody was hurt. Cut him loose. This is how you get San Francisco, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe going full on lib isn't the best idea.
No.
Jason Puck says, you belong in Minnesota. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, too bad Mikey Two Milks is in jail. Hashtag free Mikey Two Milks.
See, that's not the same Mikey. I was worried this confusion would happen.
It's a different Mikey.
That is a much different Mikey.
Yeah, the Mikey.
Confirm.
Mikey I was in jail with way cooler than Mikey Two Milks.
That's mean.
Mikey Two Milks not nearly as cool as Mikey the alleged arsonist. I don't have a better name for him. I have to go with
alleged arsonist.
Mikey. So we have Mikey Two Milks and Mikey Two Matches. That's those are our two Mikeys.
Yeah. I like that actually. That's nice.
If Mikey ever gets out, I would have him on as a guest on this show.
Really?
You're looking like that's a terrible idea.
Yeah,
you're looking at me like that's an awful idea.
I don't think it's an awful idea. I think it'd be awfully interesting.
Well, I would have him on once he gets out. By the way, that $5 from Red Fox Mad, guess where it puts us? 240. We've had too many beans this weekend. It's 240 here in the toe. Pool Scam Sam says Mikey will probably steal SP and that shitbox Tahoe. Can I say something about my Tahoe? Because my Tahoe gets insulted. I don't care what the anti-steel toe crowd of Pool Scam Sam, who's a fun one. He's a fun one, honestly. But I don't care what these anti-steel toe people say about me. All right? The Tahoe is a lovely vehicle. All right? It's beautiful. It's great. It's getting a little long in the tooth at 6 years. But she's paid, and I'm very happy with her. And she's great, and she's still got, I was going to say low miles, but normal miles. Yeah. For what kind of vehicle? Like, I think you're supposed to put $15,000 a year on your vehicle. That's where mine's at. It's a fine vehicle. So say what you want about me, gay, retard, piece of shit, whatever. Leave the Tahoe alone.
With all the good qualities in one go. All right. Yeah, I think the Tahoe is nice. I just, I don't know. It's weird. I can't imagine, like, for me, it's like the vehicle's paid off. I don't part with it until it dies. Like, I can't. So I feel like the paid off part really kind of explains the still having it deal.
Pool
I don't know why
scam.
anyone.
Pool scam Sam's now trying to be superior and twist the blade a little bit. He writes, "I'm fun and also not a convict." Fucking brag, you dick. God, it's like you can't even be a convict anymore without people being shitty about it. Poignant.
I wouldn't know.
Jerry Shepardini says, Aaron, do they slice the garlic really thin with a razor blade in jail? Dude, they slice it so thin, it melts right into the sauce. That's how thin they slice it. And, you know, being a wise guy, we had it pretty good in jail.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm connected. Drinking Beers with $5 says, you didn't answer my last super chat. Now you owe me a beer. Now, wait a minute. I feel like I read his last super chat. Did I not read it? I will tell you this. Drinking Beers is now in second place, tied for first.
I honestly, I'm going to get your back on this one just because you got so much to juggle in the first day.
Oh, Mondays
Monday's
are the
fucking
worst.
the bottleneck of a traffic jam.
I like
with
keeping,
the way we've got the.
Yeah, I like keeping up with everybody's contributions. It's the least I can do for how honest they are. Or for how generous they are, but yeah, Monday is hard to keep up with.
It's a lot of work.
Let me go find Drinking Beers. Here, Drinking Beers with $5 says, I know you went to the Hilton of Stearns County, but what should I expect from Benton? You know, here's the deal. Here's what I heard from Benton, Drinking Beers. What I heard from the guys there is that Benton's vending machines are way more expensive. They don't have the phone tablets for the movies and shit. And I just hear kind of in general, Benton's a little shittier than Stearns. From the prisoners there that have been to, here was the triumvirate I heard about from jail. I heard about Stearns, obviously, because I was there. Benton and Crow Wing. Crow Wing is Brainerd. Stearns is the best out of all of them, according to these guys. Stearns is aces. And,
the tits.
Dude, honestly, the COs at Stearns are incredibly nice. They're awesome guys. They bullshit with you. They're pretty cool. I think Stearns understands the importance of keeping the prisoners like at ease and entertained.
And jovial.
Yeah, like keeping them entertained, socialized. It's like being at a really good dog sitting resort. You know, the Stearns County Jail is like a good dog sitting place. You know, where you
were dropped off with a collar and a leash.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Jerry Shepardini says, honestly, jail doesn't sound so bad. Get some Crocs, watch some movies, fuck around, get a triple-double. I would say double-double. I definitely got into the double digits in points and rebounds. I don't think I got enough assists for the triple-double, my man. I'm sorry. But let me say this. I only had a good time while I was in jail on account of it was jail and I had to be there.
On account of it was mandatory.
Right.
Like, I needed to be there. I wasn't going to leave.
Everyone, like, if they love me, they're like, Aaron, that sounds like it wasn't so bad, blah, blah, blah. And the people who hate me are, like, angry. Like, he has to be lying. It can't be that good. I need him to be miserable because apparently that's going to help your life. Good luck with that. But I want to set both of your minds at ease. For the 95% of this audience that either loves me or loves me and calls me fat, or for the 5% of this audience that can't live without me and is terrified that me having fun might kill them, let me set both of your minds at ease. Jail was only fun for me because I had to be there. If they would have said at any time, Aaron, we're going to let you out right now, but you have to go home and rake and bag leaves in cold, damp weather for the rest of the day, I would have said, I'll see you guys later.
I'm out of here.
If you would have pulled me off the basketball court where I was having the most fun while I was there, and you would have said, Aaron, you have to stop playing basketball in county jail right now, and you have to go home and rake leaves in disgusting, overcast, damp weather, I would have said, guys, it's been fun. Here's the ball. Larry Jailbird out. So let me be very unmistakably clear. Now, I am being very unmistakably clear about that. How much do you want to bet that people who hate Steel Toe are not going to hear what I just said?
I feel like they're just going to ignore that and focus on You know what it is? This is just more of your grandiose lie to obfuscate what happened. Because we all know the first tier turd is code for he got hit in the pooper, guys.
Toe doesn't even rake his leaves, I bet. Oh, God, are you kidding? If a Mexican was going door to door saying, I will rake your leaves for you, I would say, name the price. I'll go get cash if you don't have Venmo. Jerry Shepardini says, LOL, double. I knew it. Aaron, don't pass. Partner was probably like, yo, man, give me the rock. I'm open. No. I threw a few good lob passes down in the post, but like a lot of unless you want to count this as an assist, I go and post up. I get the ball. I take a couple of dribbles, draw the defense in, kick it back out to him. He hits a three. If you want to call that an assist, maybe I got close to a triple-double, but I don't know. I don't think my assist game was that strong. King Kong Dong says, you don't want too many assists in jail. They'll take it the wrong way. Assists. Yeah, it has ass in it. Nobody's fucking anybody. Dude, if you fuck somebody in the butt in prison, you're doing what you have to do to survive. If you fuck someone in the butt in county jail, I got news for you. That means you're gay. You're a homo if you're having sex in the...
You do realize with this audience, they'll be like, guys, he confirmed
gay.
So Scarface says, so did SP pick you up from jail or did you run? Because you literally said both. You understand the joke I made about, SP called me about this. She goes, oh my God, they've lost their mind about you. You understand the joke I made about SP picking me up was a Rounders joke. Or no, it was the Iron Man joke. You know, I said,
because you said the cheeseburger.
I said, SP picked me up from jail, and I said, I want two things. I want a cheeseburger, and she goes, stop. And I went, and I want to call a press conference. Scarface took that as I was saying SP picked me up from jail. Thank you. That's the look we're looking for.
That's not
Scarface. Bro. Next time, just say less. Mute that shit because you're not keeping up. You're not keeping up, my man. I'm sorry. All right, we got to go to the Rumble side because I've been neglecting them. I've got a lot of $1 that I need to get through here. Let's go to Redbird. $1 from Redbird. He says, if he's safe enough to turn loose on the rest of us, he's safe enough to spend the night in your house with your family. I didn't say that I would bring Mikey in to meet the family. We got to have a couple of different meetups first.
Establish some ground rules.
Yeah. Redbird with $1 says, you should ask if Soros is hiring. Hey, when you hear some of my takes on this shutdown stuff, you guys might think I'm turning libto.
Hulkamash. I thought that before with the jail reform shit.
Yeah. Hulkamash with $1 says 15,000 miles a year stacks up to running. No. Veldrain with $1 says Aaron's next truck will be a Honda Ridgeline. I have a feeling he's shitting on me somehow with that, but I don't know how.
I don't know about trucks.
You know what? That should be on like the opening of the show. It's just I don't know about trucks.
I don't know about trucks.
TDR Shit Show with $2 says I'm going to have to guess that drinking beers has to spend time in jail due to drinking beers.
It could be a thing.
It's possible. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, what was that story about getting butt rammed and your happy place was raking leaves with bad weather? See, this is why you have to listen to the show intently and not just listen to pieces of it.
Yeah, otherwise that's what you pick out, which is weird. It's the greatest ad-libs ever.
I was not fucked. Here's what I understand. I was not fucked in the butt. But I also understand my cross to bear is that nobody believes me. And you know what? I've made peace with that reality. People are
taking solace in the knowledge that the sanctity of my asshole is preserved, even though that not a single asshole believes you.
Loaded Wrench says, so SP ran home with you. He's lying. Jerry Shepardini says, oh, ridgelines are ugly. Ridgelines are gay. Yeah. Okay. So I kind of, I got to be honest with you guys. I kind of figured.
So he's heading for a ridgeline.
Kind of figured that you guys were making a gay joke at my expense. Welcome to Steel Toe. Drinking beers with another $5 says this $5 is for Mikey. Hashtag free Mikey. Of course.
Thank you.
Mikey, 2 matches. Not Mikey Two
I-
Milks.
I do like the name there. That's nice.
You like Mikey Two Matches?
It's nice. It's catchy.
Well, I can tell you this. Drinking Beers is now in first with $20 today. Red Fox
buddy.
Matt is in second at 15. Gray Duckling is in third at 12. Arch Magus in fourth at 10. And Central Booking is still open for the next person who gets to $5. I will say this. All of your 1s and 2s and 5s have added up. And we're at 230. Yay.
I mean, I'm less enthusiastic about it, but hooray.
230 is
Love
my
knocking the goal out. That's great.
230 is my favorite part of the goal to be at on this show. I absolutely love 230. All right, we got a couple more chats we got to get to. And then we've got to... Oh, people are saying that Alex Stein says you got fucked in the butt in jail. I did watch Alex's coverage of my jail time. I love Alex. I will always love Alex. He called me funny, and you know me. You can say whatever
That's the
you
part
want
you
about
heard.
me. Yeah, that's what I heard. He said, I think Aaron got sodomized in jail. He says he didn't, but I think he got sodomized in jail. As long as Alex said I'm funny. It's like if Alex met me at a bar and I was a lady, and he said, oh, man, there was this girl. She was batshit crazy. She was insane. She needs to be fit for a fucking straitjacket. She had great tits, but she was fucking crazy, and she will cut you. All I heard was I have great tits.
Right.
That's
you heard
all.
the great tits.
I heard the great tits part. And also, best of luck to Alex Stein going forward. His contract with the Blaze ended, and they did not renew. I did reach out to Alex to see if he wanted to come on, promote what he was doing next. But he accurately, believing that this is a very small show and a very small channel, decided that he had better shit to do.
Oh, okay.
Which, by the way, I support 100%. All right, $2 from Jerry Shepardini says, put this on Mikey's commissary account on my behalf. You know what? If we hit the goal today, whatever we go over live on the air, I will contribute to Mikey's commissary.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, and I have to fucking pay you today.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I kinda
didn't
forgot.
want to bring it up on air and be a dick, but yeah,
Sorry.
that'd be a stellar thing.
We're also going to pay Johnny today.
It was my birthday yesterday. I don't know if that helps, if that changes
Fuck!
anything.
I knew it was your birthday too, and I was like, I told SP, I go, I'm gonna send Johnny a text today and say happy birthday, and I fucking forgot. I forgot to pay you the money you're owed and give you a happy birthday bonus.
Oh, well, you know, worst things in the world. Honestly, it was a great birthday. I hung out with my daughter. We both love Legos, so I got a fucking Lego display thing that I got to build, which was fun. Me and the
God
kid
damn it! I feel like
playing with bricks.
Such a bag of shit right now.
Good.
Oh man, that was.
I feel like that one guy you bonded with in jail that I thought there was something here, and then told him my whole life story, and I'm hoping to turn it around. Fucker can't even remember my name now.
God damn it!
It's only been a week.
No, I legitimately do feel really bad about that.
You should remember that dude's name. Apparently, he meant a lot to you.
I'm gonna remember Alec. That was it. It was Alec. I remember because Trevelyan from GoldenEye. That's how I remembered his name. Alec was my buddy that I taught how to play cribbage. All right, $5 from Drinking Beers says this $5 is for Johnny. Well, you did more for him for his birthday than I did. So, happy birthday.
Thank you.
As soon as the show gets off the air, I'm going to go ahead and run your payroll.
That sounds good.
God damn it. Lisa Marie says, happy birthday, Johnny, 44. Well, how old are you?
I'm 43.
You know,
I was born in 82, so I'm 43.
Thanks for helping us with the math. I will say this. I say this every time. Despite your health issues, you look young for your age.
I know. It's like the one plus I have. I'm immortal, but I can't fucking walk.
Turtle Steel Shell with $1 says it was my birthday yesterday as well, Johnny. Happy birthday, dude.
Happy birthday to you.
Well, there you go. Here's what I'm going to do. We go over today. We make a donation to Mikey and his commissary. Okay.
Okay.
Today I pay you and I give you a birthday bonus.
That sounds awesome.
That's how we're going to do it today. Son of a bitch. I like being honest on the show with my foibles and my shortcomings. Some people would say too much so, that I probably, expose a little too much. But I have to be honest. I did intend to send you a happy birthday yesterday, and boy, did I fuck that up.
You know what? That's it. I can't do this. I'm going to leave. I can't handle it. We were friends.
By the way,
I'm going to the bathroom.
I gave Matthew Q credit for the $6. It was from Paul. I apologize. So Paul is in central booking with $6. Oh, my God. What the fuck did I do? Oh, I turned on studio mode on I got that thing again where my mouse is double clicking and I got a sticky mouse again. So I hold it down really tight. There, maybe that'll help. Paul with $6 says jail time. Why? Well, it's not jail time. We're done with jail time. No more jail time. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. 225 is the number for today. Hit the goal for Mikey and hit the goal for Johnny's birthday. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys have been great at the start of the show here. We do appreciate it. And we have a full top 5, which is great. Okay, so we got into the UFC thing. I wanted to delve into that a little more, but I think we pretty much covered it. One thing I wanted to get to today was Donald Trump on 60 Minutes. Now, we don't need to go too deep into this. It wasn't very eventful, but they did ask him about the ICE stuff. And, a lot of people, even like Republicans, are a little stomach turned by the ICE raids. A lot of people see it as kind of fascistic. A lot of people see it as like jackbooted thugs going out in the night and just, ripping people out of their homes and putting them in zip ties and taking them off to some facility, which is 100% what they're doing. I'm not saying that that's not happening. But I think it's kind of hypocritical to vote for Donald Trump, support Donald Trump's immigration plan, and now all of a sudden start going, oh, well, I just don't like these ICE raids. Well, how did you think they were going to enforce this? Did you think they were going to ask pretty please and just take these guys off to Alligator Alcatraz and then send them to El Salvador? These are people who don't want to go back to where they came from. I don't know if you know this well-kept secret about where they came from. It
sucks there.
It's really bad there. So they don't want to go. Donald Trump and his supporters wanted to get illegal immigrants out of the country. You're going to need guys with guns to go into places and take them out, because a lot of these people are like, I ain't going back to my country unless you put a fucking gun to my head. Well,
right.
No other way to get them there. So I think if you're someone who was against Trump's immigration policy from the beginning, you are well within your right of consistency to be against these ICE raids.
With it. Yeah.
To think they're jackbooted, to think these guys are Nazis. I get it. I really do. But I don't think you can be someone who supports Trump, supports his immigration policy, thinks illegals should be deported. You can't be against these.
Wants us to be nicer about it.
You can't be against these ICE raids. It's like Ted Nugent being against hunting. It's like, enjoying steak every night, but being mad that they butcher the cow. It's like, how did you think this shit gets made, dude? You're like the vegetarian who's going, you know what? You just get meat from the supermarket. You don't need to hunt.
Yeah, dude, I got bad news for you. They have to do some shit to get that.
If you want to deport people, if you want to get rid of illegals, you're going to need to break some windows and throw some people to the ground. It's going to be ugly. And I think the media is trying to make this look as ugly as possible, so they can turn some people. But it's like they're
what, like vote
or just not support Trump's immigration policy.
Okay. I for me, the I guess like that's the thing with this, but because I'm doing all the stories on this, I'm also doing all the stories on, illegal alien drives a semi into like fucking 3 cars in a row and kills a couple of people. And I'm like, all right, that's a horrible tragedy. Not only is that a horrible tragedy, we didn't need to have that person here because we again, as I've told people this, we grow plenty of batshit and troublemakers on our own. We don't need to bring them in. So it's just, right. I don't know how anyone, again, feels bad about it. It's no.
Yeah, we live in a country where everybody sits online all day pretending to be someone else, doesn't exercise, eats like shit, doesn't get any sunlight, and then we wonder why we're the mental illness capital of the world. It's because all the things you need to regulate good mental health, we don't do. So
I'm feeling remarkably called out right now.
Hey, look, if you want to talk about eating like dog shit, holla at your boy. I mean, I don't
know about the eating like dog shit, but yeah, the sitting around too much, not getting enough sunlight. That's a plan. Hopefully, it changes.
I'm boxing multiple times a week just to keep this shitty figure up. That's, ooh, it's.
I'm trying to hold ground here.
Yeah. So Donald Trump was on 60 Minutes. They were asking him about immigration. They were asking him about the shutdown. He gave an answer to immigration that kind of sounds like it came out of the Tom Homan playbook because, Tom Homan, every time they try to go... Notice, by the way, the media has stopped interviewing Tom Homan.
Well, they're not winning with him.
Yeah, they don't talk to the immigration chief, the ICE chief anymore, because the ICE chief he doubles down. They're like, isn't this terrible? Isn't that awful? He's like, you understand we need to go harder if we want to accomplish our mission. And they're like, oh, shit, well, we can't get any guilt out of this guy. So they decide to squeeze Donald Trump on how the ICE raids look. And Donald Trump gave an answer to 60 Minutes that I think his base... I like that answer. Look, I need farmers and landscapers more than anybody. One thing I've always liked about Trump, he's never pretended to be common.
No. But fact, I hate that narrative. Many of them are farmers or landscapers, and they're also, again, convicted of violent crimes in other places just because they haven't done it here.
Well, and also, you can't give these people an inch because they're not honest in the way they argue. So to me, just double down. Are you for getting illegal immigrants out of the country? Then double down when they do this. When they say, well, some of them are landscapers, some of them are nannies. Like, all right, that's fine. We'll find more. That's okay. They can come here legally, or we'll find Americans who can do the job, or we'll have teenagers do more babysitting, or we'll figure it out. I want the phrase, we'll figure it out when it comes to immigration to be the mantra, because all they're doing is trying to trip you up. It's a dishonest debate tactic. They're trying to trip you up so that you'll make exceptions. And if they can get you to make an exception on camera, they'll go, aha, look. They don't really believe in it. If we were having an honest discussion with well-meaning people, you could carve out these little exceptions and we could have these little asides and that would be fine. But all they're trying to do is a manipulation tactic to make it look like you don't believe in it. So you got to double down because they're not being honest with you. And also, it is my belief that if you came here illegally, we should hit the reset button.
I land wholly on like if you came here illegally, you are a criminal, period. Right. That's a crime. So,
well, and also, you brought up the point, just because you're a nanny and a landscaper doesn't mean you can't have a criminal record.
Right. Just because you're a nanny and landscaper.
So, sounds stark raving reasonable to me.
Yeah. It sounds like kind of, I don't know how they run things in plenty of other places too.
Everywhere. It sounds like how they run shit just about everywhere. Well, everywhere that allows you to immigrate to their country.
Yeah.
Not literally everywhere. But yeah, again, it's one of those things where if you give them an inch, they're going to go, oh, well, see, he doesn't really believe in it. So, again, what are you supposed to do? What's he supposed to do? Go, oh, yeah, you're right. What is he supposed to sell all his ICE guys down the river?
Yeah, that they shouldn't be doing this?
Well, I think you're right. It's a shitty thing to do, and I'm going to tell them tomorrow to stop. We're going to go in there. We're going to say, everybody out, unless they cry and lock themselves in a car. And then I'll say, got to stop. It's not like you can play Ollie Ollie Oxenfree with ICE. It's not like the ICE agents can come for a raid of someplace and they're like, oh, that lady's a mom. Sorry, guys, nothing we can do. Oh, hey, that guy.
She's fleeing down the hallway.
Yeah.
We have to.
That guy locked himself in a Ford Focus. Sorry.
Yeah, but you realize you're saying that from a state where they literally have a rule that you're not supposed to shoot at your attackers unless you literally have no other option.
I'm
you're supposed to run and retreat no matter what. They break into your home like, well, couldn't you have gone out the back and just let them take all your stuff?
I am going to be 100 with you right now, as they say in the joint. I'm going to keep it a buck, and I'm going to tell you right now, after watching that debate between the Minneapolis mayoral candidates, we're fucked. So when you say, Aaron, you come from a state where, you have to retreat. Yeah, right. If it's something Minnesota does, just assume that it's wrong and we should do something
retarded.
different. Yeah. It's dumb and it's bad. So you are right. Turtle Steel Shell with $1 says it was my birthday yesterday as well, Johnny. Happy birthday, dude.
Yeah, I thought we got that earlier. Thank you, Turtle Steel Show.
Oh, did I get that one? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we did. I remember because he was like, hey, me and Turtle, we got birthday buddies.
Nader P with $1 says Johnny doesn't deserve a birthday until he ships my koala jerky I ordered 3 months ago.
There's no meat market. I told you, I don't know who you gave money to, but you need to talk to them about a refund because I do not have a meat market. There's no you don't have a meat market? Nope.
Digger begs to differ. Heyo. Coltrane with $1 says those ICE arrests could be a lot more civil if states help to do it. They actively undermine it and shield these people, so they need to be more aggressive about it. That is a great point. True. That's a great point. Yeah, I mean, look at the cities she cited: Chicago, San Francisco. Mm-hmm. These are all cities where the authorities and the politicians are actively working against ICE to sabotage them. What are they supposed to do? They're literally in hostile territory. It's like they're going behind enemy lines.
In some cases, they are.
Yeah. Miss Tay gifting 5 memberships, and Johnny, we have a new $20 drop.
We do?
So thank you very much, Miss Tay, for 5 gifted memberships on Rumble.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Jesus Christ.
It's my favorite one we've ever had. It's my favorite one we've ever had. Thank you. Miss Tay, you got us to 200 with those 5 gifted memberships. Hey, guys, that means we got over 2 hours to get to 100.
Yeah, we can do it.
Hey, when the goal's going great, there's no goal being mentioned on the old toe. I love that. So, guys, gift those memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, and let's put Miss Tay tied for first place in second right there. She's at 25. Red Fox Matt is in third with 15. Gray Duckling is in fourth with 12. And Arch Magus is in central booking awaiting processing with $10. Paul's going to fall out of the top 5 with $6. There we go. Thank you, guys. And we're at 200 even here on the toe. Who got Miss Tay's gifted memberships? Tin Finman, Bappa Shab, Small Town MN Gal, Sam Show, and Phantom X. Guys, go ahead and pass those along. We appreciate everything you do for this program. Alex Jones is still one of the drops. He's now the $10 drop. We created a spot.
Okay.
Sir Tinfoil says, I be pointing and yelling illegal, but nobody does anything. Imagine you're walking around. You're sitting there.
Someone just starts screaming illegal and pointing.
Illegal! 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 And you're like, sir, so did you want the salad before your dinner or did you want it with the meal? We need you to chill the fuck out, buddy. Like it's getting a little heavy-handed in here.
Holy Lord.
Mad Max Mardigan says, of course Aaron's favorite drop is a man aggressively telling him they should fuck. I mean, come on, man. That's a great line. You want to fuck?
It played over in my head a couple times. It's fucking good.
SP says, wasn't his name Alex or Alec? Yeah, Alec. It was Alec. That was my boy's name. Not Mikey, though. So here's the deal. We go over today's goal. We donate live to Mikey's commissary.
Okay.
And we'll even put the link in the chat to donate to Mikey's commissary. I may have to start an account first. But we will get, even if we have to go overtime today, I will get Mikey 2 matches. His commissary today. For sure. All right, let's go to the text messages here. Somebody sent me this photo. It says, Aaron Imholt, you my only friend.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That person has eye makeup and lipstick on. I don't remember that person. From my time on the inside, I'm not trying to call that guy a liar. I agree, Aaron. It's not your chins. You just have really high cleavage. Thanks. Thanks a bundle. You and Johnny look like a before and after hair plug commercial if the hair plugs gave you MS and Downs.
Aw.
You know, it wasn't mean.
There's no shortcuts, buddy. What do you expect?
It wasn't mean enough, the first thing he said.
Right?
So he had to.
That I'm the after on a hair plug commercial.
Yeah.
It's just something they gave me down.
And then the MS wasn't mean enough. There had to be Down syndrome
Yeah.
in there as well. How do you not love this show? We have all kinds of fun. All kinds of fun. Drinking beers with another $5 says, this 5 is for Aaron, but he still owes me a beer. Well, hey, you know what? When Mikey comes over, you and I can have a couple. What do you say? Hey, by the way, that puts us at 195 for today. Guys, just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing fantastic. I appreciate it. I really, I wish Sir Tinfoil in the YouTube chat, by the way, I wish him luck warning everybody about illegals publicly. I hope that goes.
I don't know
really
that works.
Also, King Kong Dong wants to put everyone on Dong Watch today. So gift those memberships on YouTube and see if we can get one for
King Kong Dong.
Yeah, for King Kong Dong. And then that way, King Kong Dong can have a membership and we can get off of Dong Watch. And who doesn't want to get off of Dong Watch? You're suspect if you don't. Gotta be honest.
It sounds suspect said as one sentence.
All right, guys, do me a favor. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We were off to a good start this morning, and boy, do we love getting off to a good start. Over 500 right now, but we got to head to that 600. 600 is the bare minimum for this show to feel like it's talking to anybody. If we get to 700 today, holy shit, am I jazzed. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, get us in the algorithm, and help us out. Also, we're going to be putting up 2 or 3 clips today and a couple of shorts. Make sure to check those out. Boy, I'm really asking a lot from you guys. And give us money. Oh, my God, being a Steel Toe fan is becoming a full-time job. One thing I love, Johnny, is I love a good rags to riches story.
Yeah, I have heard.
I love watching people overcome their environment, overcome the place they were maybe born, or overcome the place, the situation they were, it just happened by luck to be born into, and overcoming those odds and becoming successful, becoming wealthy.
Okay.
It's so nice when people come forward with those stories, because a lot of times people get poverty shamed and they don't want to come out with those stories. You know, they want to bury that shit deep inside. They want to go, I don't want to tell anybody that I grew up poor. I don't want to tell anybody that I struggled. I want to just make people think that the successful person they see in front of them is who I've always been.
Yeah, right. Okay.
A lot of guts to tell a rags to riches story. The rags to riches story we have for you today, I don't know if you heard of this guy, because again, he's no Rockefeller. He's no Rothschild. A young Arab boy who probably grew up in a sand hut, playing with, unexploded IEDs for toys.
Really?
I don't know if you ever heard of him, a young crusader named Hasan Piker. You ever heard of this kid?
I could have swore, didn't he have wealthy parents?
From the gutters of Turkey, like Aladdin playing with Abu outside the palace. This Hasan Piker comes from nothing and becomes something. Now, I know you just said, didn't he have wealthy parents? That's what I've always led to believe. But, I was also led to believe that COVID was this lethal, deadly thing, and that, Israel was attacked out of nowhere on October 7th, and that 9/11 was just some crazy attack by a bunch of Muslims who hated us for our freedom. I've been told a lot of things.
Okay, so then what's his rags to riches story? Then I'm sure the evidence and things of that will air and iron themselves.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Aaron, we talk a lot about Hasan Piker on this show. And you even said you were getting sick of the dog shot collar thing, and it's true, I was. But this isn't about the dog shot collar. This is about, and everybody, this is why I'm doing this today. Everybody loves an origin story. And even if you don't like the guy, like remember the movie Joker. Nobody likes Joker. He's a mean, terrible, awful guy. If you're a middle-aged white man who's never done anything with their life and is highly insecure, you love Joker. Other than that, nobody likes the Joker. He's a villain. He's a bad guy, terrible person. But they loved seeing the origin story, right? The Killing Joke, another origin story type of thing. People love it, even if it's a bad guy. So this Hasan Piker tells us his origin story, and much like the Joker, if he's going to have a past, he'd prefer it to be multiple choice. Because you and I know Hasan Piker as the trust fund son of a father who sat on numerous boards of multinational corporations.
Yeah.
You and I know Hasan Piker as a guy who came from a family that includes Cenk Uygur, who has said numerous times, my parents did pretty well. You know, Hasan Piker has never said that he, ate Wonder Bread and Kraft single sandwiches growing up. I mean,
nope.
Nobody would buy it. Look at him, Looks like he drank the bacon grease. But this isn't about Cenk Uygur. This is about Hasan Piker, who we all thought with wealthy parents grew up, silver spoon in his mouth, spoiled. In fact, it's framed a lot of our opinions about Hasan historically. I'm here to tell you right now from the man's own mouth, that is simply not true. Are you ready for the rags to riches story that is Hasan Piker?
Yeah.
Now, full disclosure, this was on Friday. So this was on Halloween. So either Hasan Piker really did grow up rags to riches, which is endearing, or Hasan Piker is really getting into whatever douchebag superhero character he's playing here for Halloween. Let's go ahead and listen, and you guys can decide if you've had Hasan Piker wrong this entire time.
Ways, if you're wealthy and you critique capitalism, you're a hypocrite. If you're poor and you critique capitalism, you're jealous. Americans are so fucking cuck sometimes. Exactly. I mean, I've seen both, for the record, because I was dead broke and was critiquing capitalism, and then people...
This whole time, Johnny, I didn't know that Hasan Piker was Hindu.
Dead broke.
I didn't know he was Hindu. Apparently, he believes in reincarnation because he must be talking about a past life version of himself that apparently was, riff-raff, street rat. I don't buy that. Just a little snack, guys.
will be like, yeah, because you're a fucking loser. And now that I have money and I still do it, people are like, well, hypocrite much? I didn't change.
Right. I just want to say this. If this is true and Hasan Piker has been dead broke critiquing capitalism and he's been very wealthy critiquing capitalism, I don't think that should matter. He has never changed. Whether he was dead broke or whether he had lots of money, Hasan Piker has always been and will always, as far as we know, continue to be a stupid asshole.
Right. So, I mean, it doesn't matter what opinion he had.
Right.
Cool, your opinion hasn't changed. It still sucks and you're wrong. All right, moving on.
You may have been dead broke and wrong, or you may have been filthy rich and wrong. But no matter what, the consistent thing about Hasan Piker, and I appreciate this about people when they're consistent, the consistent thing about Hasan Piker is that most importantly, he's been wrong. And that's the thing we all need to keep our eye on. We can sit here and debate whether or not Hasan Piker has been wealthy his whole life or whether or not Hasan Piker got lucky halfway through. That's fine. Let's debate that another day. The important point to take away from this is that Hasan Piker is right. He has been consistent no matter what. Consistently stupid and wrong. Yes.
And it's always so strange. Obviously, this is like personal for me for many different reasons because this is my life's fucking work. But what's so funny about it is like people want you to almost be like, oh, once I got a touch of the bag, like once I touch the bag, it's over. Like this socialism shit is done. You know what I mean?
That's what they used to say to me in jail. Once you touch the bag, it's over. Once you touch that bag, you can't ever go back to who you were before. But I think they meant something different. I think he means money.
Yeah. But I mean, again, like, no offense, you're a big fan of socialism, then stop taking all the money.
By the way, It's my life's work. Okay, Jane Goodall. Jeez, it's your life's work. We fucking sit in front of microphones and we go, so people send us super chats.
You eat cereal on your stream,
Right.
dude. Your life's fucking work. Are you kidding me?
What? Yeah, what's in the bowl? What's in the bowl?
What's in the bowl?
Wheaties or Cheerios or oatmeal? Because I'm taking a shit in them, Hasan. I need reading material, dictionary. Sorry, it's stupid. It's a dumb Eminem fucking line. But for him, now, the funny thing about this, and we'll go through this after this clip is over, this tweet from Yeet on Twitter, I love Yeet. He clips out a lot of this shit so people don't have to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeet tweeted this video clip about Hasan Piker saying he's a rags to riches story. He's been dead broke. Now, I think what Hasan means is that his own like personal bank account, his own income. Like when he first started streaming or got out of school,
he wasn't making a lot of money, but he had parents that made sure he had food and that his emergency bills like rent and stuff were paid.
This kind
Things
of
that a lot of us never had.
This kind of talk upsets people who actually grew up without a safety net. This really pisses people off because, all right, it's one of those wiggle things, and trust fund babies do this all the time. They're disingenuous as all shit. You can't believe a word that comes out of their mouth. And once you call them out, they have some kind of wiggle thing they can do. It's what stops them from ever accomplishing anything, so they can just constantly make excuses for their shitty existence. So like Hasan Piker goes, oh, I've been dead broke before. And we're like, what? Your dad was on the board of multiple corporations when you were a kid. They've got this oh so fucking gay picture of him riding a horse when he was a chubby little boy. We'll show that one a little bit later. And you can call him out on that and he'll go, what? No, I meant when I first got out of college, I didn't have a dime in my bank account. Well, that's true. But there's a big difference between I don't have any money and I'm one phone call from dad. Hey, I'm going to be short on rent this month. Can you put a couple grand in my account?
Yeah.
You can't say you were ever dead broke unless you had to feel the pinch of being dead broke. Hasan never had to worry about which bill he was going to pay. It was just what bullshit excuse he was going to give daddy so that he could get the allowance.
Mm-hmm. Although I'll say this, if his dad actually cut him off, props to his dad. If his dad's like, no, you're, he's like, no, the family money, that's the family money. You're out of that now. You graduated college. Now it's time for you to make something of yourself. This whole thing didn't show up on itself. Yeah. So you do your thing.
That's got to be hard to do as a parent, though, because you do.
Oh, dear Lord, I couldn't.
Care of your kids,
I spoil the shit out of my daughter.
Yeah.
And then they try to rationalize why I'm still doing this. They try to be like, oh, it's because like this is how he's financially incentivized to continue advocating for this kind of shit. And it's like, no, dumbass.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I believe it, you know?
Hey, two things can be true at the same time. He could be full of shit, wrong, and stupid enough to buy his own fucking Kool-Aid.
Right.
These are both possible.
Well, he wouldn't do it for free. And here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with that. I've never seen a guy have more like wealth shame himself more than Hasan's doing right now. There's nothing like you can admit to your entire audience. You can admit to everyone, hey, I grew up really wealthy and I feel I'm privileged for that. And so I critique capitalism maybe for people who didn't grow up the way I grew up. And I want to advocate for them. You could say that. You could say that it's for other people. But Hasan is so self-absorbed that he can't look past the end of his own nose to look for some kind of justification for what he does, why he does what he does. And also, nobody would give a shit if you just came out and said you were wealthy. And that
I don't think so.
I mean, nobody listens to Hasan Piker because they think they're watching a rags to riches story.
I mean, I don't listen to Hasan Piker at all, really. So I would agree with that. I think anyone who's seen Hasan, like, no, he has his opinions, but the dude's never seemed like he's ever really struggled.
I have to be very honest. I watch Hasan the way I watch The View because I just love it.
Strangely fascinated by its existence.
As long as I'm watching 2 minutes at a time and I don't have to watch a whole thing, I'm a happy guy. I love watching Hasan. I think he's interesting.
Think that,
it's like watching the crabs eating the tank.
Yeah.
fucking was born this way. You know what I mean? I always was this person. I always had this $3 million home. Like, it's just so dumb.
Right. It was 2.3 million. Inflation hadn't hit yet.
Again,
that's what these trust fund babies do, though, is that they go like, oh, they act like I've always had this $3 million home. And then when people call them out because their lies are so skin deep in bullshit, they go, well, yeah, see, it was $1.4 million. I told you it wasn't $3. It's like, okay.
But again, that's where it's like I'm sorry, but your socialist views don't fit with your lifestyle, buddy. That's the part where I have a problem. Like, you don't practice what you preach at all. You're taking every dollar you can get. You're enjoying your incredibly, wealthy home and all that stuff. And more power to you. You made the money. Good for you. But
let's go beyond that. Let's go even deeper than, well, not even deeper. What you're doing is deeper. Let's go even more superficial.
Shallow.
Who's the corporation he shills for, partners with, and wouldn't make any money without? Fucking Amazon. This guy is acting like some kind of a socialist hero, and he and Amazon are doing one of the greatest public 69s of all time. They are sucking each other off simultaneously. Dan Clancy at Twitch, owned by Amazon, and Hasan Piker. Hasan gets away with everything, gets preferential treatment from the largest corporation in the world. And he's going to sit here and talk about how the workers need to own the means of production and this and that. I bet you if Dan Clancy told Hasan Piker, hey, Hasan, we're having some trouble. The workers at Twitch want to unionize. We need you to criticize that movement so it doesn't happen. Otherwise, we might enforce the rules on you the same as we do everyone else. And I bet you Hasan would take up Dan Clancy's mantle to,
in a heartbeat,
go after the organized labor who wanted more control over the means of production. So, no, it's not that you were wealthy and always have been wealthy. It's that you preach one thing, but you do whatever's convenient for you. That's the problem.
Right. Like a trust fund baby.
Like a trust fund baby. And in a way, I don't 100% blame him. Life's just been too easy. And that's not something that makes him a bad guy. That's not something that makes him awful. But when life's been too easy, and you don't recognize it, and you try to play up like you've earned this authority, it comes off as really fucking shitty and gross.
It genuinely doesn't make sense. Aren't your dad a billionaire? No, man.
See, now that's a guy who grew up working class because he talks like a peasant. Aren't your dad a billionaire? And here's another thing Hasan does that I'll never understand, and I think contributes to most of his stress. He seeks, look at this, the chat here. He seeks this shit out.
Right.
He looks for shit to make him mad, and I have a feeling that's how he does the news also.
Probably.
He looks for the shit that's going to make him mad, and he focuses on that. Aren't your dad a billionaire? As far as I'm concerned, you can skip that chat because it's barely fucking English. But
someone obviously doesn't have a good grasp on grammar. We can let them come back to it, put their thoughts together, circle around, do it again.
Now, see, if that guy ended up becoming a millionaire, I would believe that he's rags to riches.
You're a 27-month subscriber. Are you that fucking stupid? No.
He has $989 million, not a billion.
No, but you're right. That is how a trust fund baby would react to that. Aren't your dad a billionaire? No, he's only worth $62 million. Oh, well, geez. You didn't tell us he was a pauper.
Able to financially take care of my parents. Both of my parents.
Wow. There's another wiggle thing. I'm wealthy enough to financially take care of both of my parents. Nobody's saying you're not. We're saying they are too.
We're saying they laugh at the money you have. Right. Is what we're saying. We're saying that your dad, like, you meet up with your dad, you're like, hey, Dad, I made like $3 million this year. I'm pretty stoked. I'm $3 million. And he's looking at you going, oh, yeah, only 3.
My company signed a $60 million deal with the UAE.
Are people who genuinely believe that, by the way. They literally think like, oh, he comes from a billionaire family. It's like, you're fucking dumb. You're so dumb. God damn it.
Right. I don't come from a billionaire family. They're multi-millionaires. Get it right. God. He does. Like, he has all the hallmarks of a trust fund baby.
Of a trust fund baby. I've never noticed it. This is actually kind of enjoyable. I've never seen this kind of stuff before because, again, I just I avidly avoid Hasan Piker. So I just, this is exciting. I can't believe
that's your problem.
Actually,
that's your problem that you actively avoid Hasan Piker. That's a mistake in my mind. There's gold in them there hills.
I just have other things going on.
In Turkey, he would be on fucking lists if that was the case.
Oh.
Is unironically that I know, no, sorry. It's not a no joke situation because I just can't sometimes tell because there are people who like legitimately believe that. And there are people who unironically believe that.
I'm trying to empathize with Hasan Piker right now because I think his mindset is not a unique one to people who were born with money.
Right. No, everyone who's born with money thinks that no, I wasn't. I had to struggle. They don't want to hear that they had it easy. They don't want to hear that their persecutions and their tribulations aren't validated because other people had it way worse.
It's probably an awful form of imposter syndrome that they have to be suffering from. That no matter how much Hasan Piker accomplishes, no matter how much he's a commentator or he's in magazines and websites and things like that, no matter how many lists he makes, he's worried about what other people think, and he's worried that those other people think he's a trust fund baby. He's only where he is because of his uncle and his dad and nepotism. But everybody, to a degree, has somebody help them out along the way. Like, nobody would blame someone. I bet you if you asked people who don't like Hasan Piker, him being a trust fund baby and him having wealthy parents is not something that people hate about him. They're like, there's 500 other things I can't stand about this fucking guy. And that's what I dislike about him.
It's not even on the top of the list. I actually say, again, it's kind of endearing because it someone like him very easily could just sit back and do nothing, but he's managed to cultivate a substantial grift for himself. He's convincing everybody that he's this big champion of socialism while he takes all their money on behalf of a very not socialist corporation. So it's great.
Here, Hasan Piker dad net worth. Let's check it out. What's Hasan Piker's dad's worth? His dad is worth $5 billion. No. His father happened to be the second wealthiest person in Turkey. He's just not showing up on a list for some reason. What the fuck does that mean? Uh-oh.
He'd be on lists if he was wealthy in Turkey. Like, they'd go after him or some shit. Like, really?
Mehmet Bechet Piker. Let's type that in. Mehmet Bechet Piker net worth. Yeah, these lists all say around $5 billion. I mean, come on. So Hasan's trying to say, I didn't grow up wealthy. Your dad just fell into $5 billion since the time in the last like 10, 15 years.
Isn't your dad literally a billionaire? He's not even a billionaire. He's a multi-billionaire.
Did you see how I actually got this fucking guy's back?
Until this happened, yeah.
I did. I said Hasan Piker, his dad may not have been a billionaire when he was a kid. He was just a multi-millionaire, and Hasan's doing just like little weasel words. No. I don't think Hasan's dad became worth billions of dollars just a couple years ago. This motherfucker. So I was trying to justify what the lie was. Or like I was trying to rationalize that this wasn't a lie. Hasan was just using. No, it turns out it's just straight up him lying. He just lied about his. Ew, that's the last time I ever get Hasan Piker's back on anything. Even if I'm calling him a stupid piece of shit, I'm still never like assuming. Because you know what I did? I assumed best intentions.
You assumed he was trying to at least tell the truth in a way that made him look good, and it turns out he's just lying through his fucking teeth.
Yeah, turns out he's just lying. By the way, Jerry Shepardini says, make way for Prince Ali. Right, he's trying to play it as Aladdin, but we all know you're Prince Ali, baby. Drinking beers with $5 says this 5 is for coming up with a plan to pay my bills. Okay.
All right.
You know what? It's like the throw $5 into the steel toe wishing well.
And see what happens. I wish you best of luck, buddy.
Isn't that what the mega pastors do?
Kind of, yeah.
If you give us money, the Lord will take care of you.
The Lord will take care of you, and it'll all kind of happen. If you want, joy in your life, you need to open your heart to the Lord, and nothing opens your heart to the Lord like giving me all your money.
Yeah, see, guys, I could get way more gross with this. Way more gross. By the way, that and Joey Caravello's $5 puts us 190 away from today. He says Johnny is going to play Woody Allen in a movie.
Oh, dude, that'd be awesome. Just to be in a movie would be cool.
Oh, you want to play Woody Allen?
I don't want to play Woody Allen, but I'm just saying, if you're saying I could, I'd be honored to do it. I'd love to be in a movie.
Might want to get a stunt double for that train set scene.
Okay.
You don't know about the train set?
No. This is where one of those, I kind of signed on knowing it was not a good idea. Now I'm worried. What did I do?
I don't want to talk about the
train
if
set.
you don't know about the train set, there's no reason we have to talk about the train set.
All right, then. Sounds good to me. I don't want to know.
Can you do me a favor while I read these couple of super chats? Will you just Google Woody Allen train set allegation? And then even if I'm still talking, I want you to give us your verbal reaction. Interrupt me all you want. Just want you to Google Woody Allen train set accusation. $5 from Drinking Beers says this 5 is for Hasan Piker's dad. See, I feel like Drinking Beer's generosity is going to net him his ability to pay his bills any day now. Veldrain with $1 says, I went through hard times. Oh, I'm sorry. I went through hard times, baby. My daddy sent me to school in a limousine that was almost 2 years old. And all the other kids were like, that limo is almost 2 years old, baby. By the way, Veldrain, what I love about that is that the limo was almost 2 years old. He couldn't be caught dead in a 2-year-old limousine, but even when he was struggling, it was almost 2. TDR Shit Show with $5 says, I think Drinking Beers needs to stop donating and start up a commissary for himself. That's very true. I will donate to Drinking Beers commissary. Remember, if we knock out today's goal, we are going to, whatever we go over, we are going to make that contribution to Mikey's commissary in jail. Mikey 2 matches, if you will. 185 away from today. You guys are the best. T says, good intentions. Did Aaron miss the whole shot collar thing? Was he in jail or something? Fucking dick. No, I didn't miss the shot collar thing, and you're right. Me trying to give Hasan Piker the benefit of the doubt is probably one of the 5 dumbest things I've done in the last 2 years.
That's not okay.
That's how.
All right, I don't want to be in the movie anymore.
Why? What'd you find out?
I just some very not awesome allegations about things with the train set, and I just don't want to.
What?
I don't want to.
You don't want to play. No. You don't want to play Woody Allen anymore?
No, not really.
Why? What'd you find out about the train set?
Apparently, the allegations. Which the worst part about this is that the allegations are rooted in a truth. The allegation is that his then wife accused him of using the train set on their other adoptive daughter.
That he ended, the one he ended up marrying?
No. The other one.
Wait, he has 2 adopted daughters that he might have.
Well, he married one and he had a relationship and married one. That's the true part. And he says to get revenge because of the having a relationship and marrying the other adoptive daughter, she concocted this allegation about the first one, which again, judges in both the court and family court cases dismissed the charges. But
he says Mia Farrow was doing it for revenge.
Yeah,
Mia Farrow is a raging C word, though.
The problem is the reason that Mia Farrow did it for revenge. Absolutely true. He began having a relationship with one of his adopted daughters, whom he later married, which again is kind of where I let the creepy part lie. Like that's where I was like, that's as far as it goes, right? That's the creepy thing, and that's
I struggle. To me, the Woody Allen allegations are difficult to surmise who's telling the truth because both parties seem like really unscrupulous, dishonest shitbags.
right. And in the case of it, like I said, it's built off of this kind of highly questionable thing was the kicking off point, and we can all agree that actually happened. So now, as for what's reality beyond that, fucking flip a coin. I don't have any idea.
And everybody's Jewish. Who am I supposed to think is lying?
Whoever paid for the best lawyer.
I guess. And also, you can't say, oh, well, Aaron Ronan Farrow, Woody Allen's son, he confirmed these allegations. First of all, Ronan Farrow is not Woody Allen's kid. Guys, put it in the chat. Everybody knows this. Who is Ronan Farrow's dad?
I have no idea.
They say it's Woody Allen. Mia Farrow swears it's Woody Allen. That is Ronan Farrow's dad. 1,000% not. I want to see if anyone else knows this conspiracy theory, because if you look at the kid's eyes, I believe it 100%. Woody Allen, the old peckish Jewish man, is not Ronan Farrow's daddy, if you will.
I don't know that I know Ronan Farrow.
I just want to see if anybody, like, if nobody knows this this theory, I'm going to believe that I might have made it up in my head, and then I'm going to be worried that I made it up in my head, and then I believed that it was something everyone believed. Schmiegel Goldbagel, no, it's not it. O.J. Simpson, no, that you're confusing that. That's the Kardashian one. OJ just fathered every questionable kid. Chips and Dip says Joe Hendry. No, not Joe Hendry. Zen Man, no, it is not Chris Gaines. It is not Owen Wilson, Ryobi. There you go. Rational Redhead, Snowcat Tish, and Main Vein all with the right. Okay, good. So it's not just me. Frank Sinatra.
Oh, that's not surprising.
Frank Sinatra. Yeah, go.
That dude fucking could slay.
Wasn't he fucking Johnny Carson's lady too?
Yeah, probably.
Here, let's look. Oh God. Oh Jesus fucking goddamn Christ. Sorry, Jeremy, for all the cursing. Tell me that that's Woody Allen's kid and not Frank Sinatra's.
Yeah, eat a dick. That is not.
Tell me that's not Frank Sinatra's son. Fly me to the moon. I mean, it's right. Fuck you.
You know what would be hilarious is if they had him play Frank Sinatra in some sort of biopic.
And the title of the movie is Fuck My Dad, Woody Allen.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, come on. Ronan Farrow is Woody. Yeah, here, let's do a side-by-side.
Yeah, there's a lot of very similar features there. They both have a completely different nose. They have the same. Oh, wait, no. Only Woody Allen has the black beady little eyes. Like, well, seriously, Woody Allen looks like a real life human Muppet. Like that doesn't look like look like a person.
I have a joke I don't want to tell because it might make me puke. And I'm asking you, should I tell it?
You should tell it.
Okay. If Ronan Farrow is Frank Sinatra's kid, then Woody Allen only has himself to blame, Johnny.
Why is that?
Because he was supposed to eat all the cum out of Mia Farrow's pussy when Frank Sinatra was done.
I'm regretting egging you on to tell that joke now.
And people go, Aaron, why are you so hoity-toity and think you're better than all these shows you watch? That's why. That joke, they wouldn't come up with that. They have to watch me to get inspired. And that's the kind of inspiration that I provide. TDR Shit Show with $2 says the only Woody I know is the one I wake up with in the morning and the Woody from Toy Story. Well, that would be two Woodies.
Yeah.
You know that.
It's an off premise from the start.
I wish I wouldn't have said that.
I would have too. I would have preferred my life without it.
Thank you, P. Scotland. P. Scotland just types in the YouTube chat, boo. Thank you. And you know what? You know why I really didn't want to say that? Because now the jokes of he speaks from experience. If anyone knows, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. Now, I didn't want to have to put myself in the position where I tell a great joke that's very funny. It's hand over your mouth funny. But then also I have to re-deny allegations from a closeted homosexual that I did things I didn't do. Now I have to do that because look at the sacrifice I make.
To bear.
My cross to bear. The things I do for you in order to make you laugh. The danger I put myself in. The risk I put myself at just to entertain you. You know what?
The slings and arrows I take for thee.
Hey, you know what? 4 words for you. Fuck you. You're welcome. There.
Okay.
Hulkamash with $1. See, what is the proper method for eating cum, Aaron? Rumor has it you've dabbled, Nubu Goofin. That's you're putting the NBG after.
And here we begin.
People are going to think the NBG stands for ends be gooin'.
Oh.
I don't like this. I don't like the way that joke made me feel. I wish I would have not said anything. I'm regretting what I've done. All right, guys, 185 away from today. Let's get down to 100 by 9:30. We're looking good, but I want to see that energy from the first hour of the show really continue on. I appreciate it. You know, someone once told me, Aaron, the reason you have this 2-hour window from like 7:30 to 9:30 where nothing comes in is your audience it's a morning show audience. They're all going to work.
They're switching over.
And then they're all at work and they ain't throwing you money anymore. So here's what I say. Are we looking great for the next hour and a half? Yes, of course we are. But let's keep looking good. And let's get down to 100. Yeah, by 9:30. 185 away from today. Gifted memberships on both platforms are the preferred currency of the day. But no matter what you do, we appreciate any contribution you have to today's show. All right, so we took an aside into Frank Sinatra, Woody Allen, and Ronan Farrowville. It hurt a lot, but I feel like the quality of the show was solid.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Who was it who set us up for that, by the way? Who sent in the $5 and said you could play?
God, I don't remember that. Again, I don't hold on to these facts very long.
It was either Caravello or TDR.
It was somebody, but it was a super chat, so we can look it up.
$5 from Hunter. See, this is $5 at a time and we're golden. Hunter with $5 says, if you've never had to calculate how many meals you have to skip so you have gas money to get to work, you've never been broke. Yeah.
I'm doubting Hasan's done that.
If you've never said, I'm going to put off this bill for a week or two until payday, I don't think you've ever been broke. I really don't.
Yeah.
$5 from Jive Turkey. Says, what's the difference between Woody from Toy Story and a Catholic priest? All right, before we put this back up on the screen, let me say something. You know that I am a born-again Catholic. You know that I have re-embraced my Catholic faith. And I am a Christian. I am also a comedic broadcast performer by trade. So I will say, my newfound faith, this is going to bother me. But since I'm on a show and I'm performing, I'm going to bury that bother and bring up the disingenuousness that a performer brings to the table every day. Here we go. Johnny, what's the difference between Woody from Toy Story and a Catholic priest?
One goes limp when a child walks in the room.
Glad I didn't have to read it. And look, for the record, execute every single priest who's ever touched a boy inappropriately. 100% they are not of the Lord. But that doesn't make the Catholic Church not the one true Church of Christ. Although, if you ask Mel Gibson's dad, there's like an even more pure form of the Catholic Church that still does the Latin Mass and got fucked over at Vatican II. And honest to God, I might become like a Mel Gibson's dad Catholic if it didn't require me to learn Latin.
I kind of feel like, and this is one of these weird things, I'm not of a specific religion, but wouldn't God kind of like work in mysterious ways, a strange wave of ass cancer afflicting all these different people in the clergy who engage in these behaviors? Like, I just thought it's weird that we don't do nothing about it.
On a Wall is accusing me of copium. You know, you're 1,000% right. Look, there's two things I can do very well. Spot cope from a mile away and admit my own.
Do it myself.
If you accuse me of coping, you'll know whether I am or not, because I will tell you. And yes, that thing I just did about performer, Catholic, that whole thing, 100% pure, uncut by Fent, copium. 100%. So thank you, Jive Turkey and Hunter. I appreciate it. I agree with Jerry Shepardini. Let's go, baby. Pump it up. 180 away from today. Red Slime says super chat display issues. No, those showed up, didn't they? They showed up on my screen.
I don't think so.
I don't know what to tell you. Here's one. TDR shit. Yeah,
that's there.
There you go. TDR shit show with $5 says Aaron went from on his knees in jail to on his knees for Jesus. See, now again, if you're in county jail and you're
on his knees for Jesus first.
If you're in jail, if you're in the county lockup and you do gay shit, you're just gay. There's no like, oh, I'm pent up and I need to get something and there are no women. You're in county jail. You're there for less than a year in most instances. You'll be fine. You'll be okay.
What if you really just can't lock it down? You know, you need that stuff constantly. You could have been in trouble if your cellmate had been the wrong dude, man.
Tell me what the right dude is.
I don't know, but I just feel like the wrong dude is someone who's like, I can't go 3 hours without something. Like, well, shit.
Now that we've brought up religion, can I clarify something that's that's now it's at least coming up in the Rumble chat?
Okay.
I'm getting accused of something, and I just want to clarify because, again, I will make confessions when caught. Roots Calhoun says, Aaron worships at the Church of Latter-day Taints. And MSO says, that's my church, Saints and Taints. It's not accurate.
That sounds like a weird church. Is that where you go?
But I don't, no.
But that's what Roots wouldn't lie.
Yes, he would. Yes, Roots would lie. Roots would lie big time. Roots would lie a lot. As a matter of fact, one of the number one damn sure bets you can make in this world is that if it's in an internet chat room, Roots might be lying. Do not give me that shit. Thank you, guys. Drinking Beers with $5. Another $5 from Drinking Beers. Let's go ahead and update those standings if I can find them. Drinking Beers is now at 45 for today. Thank you, Drinking Beers. Drinking Beers says, I lost my license in May, and this is $5 I saved on gas money since then. Thanks, buddy.
I'm more impressed that since May you would have only spent $5 in gas.
You don't drive a lot.
Just $5.
That's responsible. It's responsible.
Fair enough.
It's Hamburglar says, little late, but Hasan's dad is worth $5 billion. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. We did look that up. We did get that information eventually, but we do appreciate you helping us. 170 away from today. So hey, look at that. We just moved down $15 in the last couple of minutes. Keep it up, guys, and we'll be out of here in no time. Donating money to Mikey's commissary. That's what we're doing. Mikey 2 Matches is getting commissary donations once we go over. $1 from Hulkamasha Baby says, I thought you went to the Church of the Immaculate Insemination. That's blasphemous. I'm not supposed to allow that.
You're not. This is where your principles are being put to test. Are you gonna sell it all on the altar of sin for the money, or are you gonna bow down and praise the Lord?
Maybe I might as well move to New Orleans. You know why?
Why?
New Orleans, #1 sin city.
You've defiled your body.
You're already dead, sinner. You've defiled your body. And I hate giving examples of why we're better than every show out there. Nobody can shoehorn in an Aben Cooper reference quite as smooth as this program.
And some don't even have the balls to try.
Exactly. And you know what? Cowardice. That's what I accuse them all of. Cowardice. Hey, you know how I said a little bit ago that Roots is a born liar?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that. I should have really given Roots credit for his diabolical intelligence a little more.
Why? What's happening now?
Roots says Aaron is physically fit, intelligent, and a great husband and father.
Oh, I love roots.
You know what I don't love? I don't love when one chatter like tosses up an alley-oop and another chatter, without talking to them previously, is able to dunk it right through. For example, Scouse Ghost says, why does it seem the YouTube chat gets more love from the boss since jail? To which Sam Show then says immediately, because the YouTube chat is gayer. It's great.
That was well done. Bravo.
It's not.
This is
not how I
this is
would.
good.
That's not what I would say, but Johnny does believe that. Might go with $1 says best references in the game, brother. That's right, sinner. Timothy 5, dear Timothy 5. My daughter. This is where my religion and my immaturity meets. My daughter was referencing the Bible one day, and she referenced a Timothy chapter. And I immediately went Abe and Cooper. I went, Timothy 5, sweetheart, Timothy 5. I couldn't. I'm the worst.
Has she even seen the movie? I would hope not.
No, oh, I have not. No, I have not shown my 11-year-old daughter Red State.
Yeah, I would assume not. So she's just looking at you like my father's just a completely batshit crazy
Timothy
person.
5, baby, Timothy 5. Which, by the way, we need to now we need to know, what did I tell my daughter? Let's see. Timothy 5. Timothy 5. Widows, Elders, and Slaves. Oh, boy. That's the name of my first album. Do not rebuke an older man harshly, but exhort him as if he were your father. Treat younger men as brothers, older women as mothers, and younger women as sisters with absolute purity. It's actually
not really the worst.
Oh, it's a wonderful verse I gave her to read. Timothy 5. Now, I don't know what that has to do with the woman's husband dying in Red State. But
yeah, I have no idea.
Red Fox Mad with $5 says Aaron belongs to this church, this Catholic church. Men have to wear full suits. Immaculate Conception, CMRI.org. I would love that church. I think that church does it right. You got to wear the full suits to church. Why not? 165 away from today. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. Is he in the top 5 right now? Do I need to? Yes, he is at 20. He's now in 3rd place. Old Red Fox Mad. Thank you, pal. Red Fox. Here's what the standings look like. Drinking Beers at 45. Miss Tay at 25. Red Fox Mad at 20. Gray Duckling at 12. And Arch Magus in Central Booking at, I believe, $10. So thank you guys very, very much. That now puts us 165 away from today's goal. And when today's goal gets knocked out, we go over, we give it to Mikey 2 Matches and his commissary. Good morning, Chunky and Johnny. Well, at least I know who Chunky is.
Yeah, I was about to be like, which one of us is Chunky? I've got some Halloween candy I'm working through, so I might be on the chunky side for a couple of weeks.
I'm such a piece of shit on Halloween candy. I did something yesterday that might actually be unforgivable in the eyes of God.
What did you do?
So I took the kids trick-or-treating on Friday. They wanted me to drive down to Grandma and Grandpa's neighborhood because, quote, so they've been in my neighborhood, they've been in their mom's neighborhood, they've been in Grandma and Grandpa's neighborhood. They said, the people in Grandma and Grandpa's neighborhood give out the most and the best candy. Because Grandma and Grandpa live in kind of an older neighborhood. It's gotten older over the years.
So they're really happy to have kids stop by.
Not
they don't
only
have
that,
as much competition.
They're older. They got a little more money. You know, there's no kids, you know, maybe.
They splurge a bit. I get you.
They get full candy bars in that neighborhood.
Your kids are fucking smart, man. That's the way to go.
So I pick them up. We drive an hour to get down to Grandma and Grandpa's to go trick-or-treating. And they, you know what, man? They went down 3 full blocks and 2 full side streets. So they kicked ass pretty well. And we went out. We did the whole thing. I did summon a ghost while we were out trick-or-treating.
How did you summon a ghost?
I told the kids, I go, kids, you know, it's Halloween, and your dad is capable of summoning ghosts. And they said, what, really? I'm like, yeah, your dad can. I can summon a ghost just by speaking it into existence. And they said, no way. Now, my daughter caught this immediately, and she goes, Dad, and I was thumbing through my phone. I go, watch, your dad will summon a ghost. My daughter goes, Dad, don't. I said, what? I'm going to summon a ghost. She goes, Dad, don't do it. Because we were out in the street.
Right.
You know, there's people around. She goes, Dad, don't summon the ghost. I know what you're going to do. Johnny, do you have any guess what I did?
I don't have any guess. I'm completely clueless.
I did this. I go, honey, I'm going to summon a ghost. Here you go.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause they love him in London.
Oh, I let it keep playing.
Tokyo, America, Scotland, and Canada.
And your daughter's just like, no, people can see us.
I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
So I played it to that part. And you're like, oh, your daughter sat there embarrassed. No, she walked to the next house to go trick or. She did not wait around for this bullshit.
Distance.
She did not wait around for that bullshit. But I take them trick or treating. We drive back home that night. They crash in the car. SP and I are driving back from Shoreview. And the next day, I go as they've got their candy out on the living room floor. Mm-hmm. And I walk up to each one of them and I look over their candy and I reach into one pie. I go, hey, dad tax. And I take one piece of candy. I go to the next one, dad tax. I take one. I go, dad tax. And I take one. And they go, Dad. And I'm like, what? That's the dad tax. That's for taking you out trick-or-treating. And I eat some mini Snickers and I eat some of the kids' candy. Now, you might say that's not so bad. All parents probably pick through.
That's not as bad. The one that fucking, when you break the kid's heart and they wake up the next morning and they just find a pile of wrappers and you make them think you ate all their candy. That's the one where I'm like, I mean, I get it from a practical joke point. Yeah, it's pretty good. But from like, I don't know, I could never do that. My daughter would be so destroyed. She would be like, no, all the candies, you ate all my, like, and she'd share. That's the worst part, is all you'd have to do is ask. She'll give you a piece.
It's the thing I did the next day that's disgusting and unforgivable.
What did you do the next day?
I was sitting in my big double seat recliner with my feet up.
Mm-hmm.
We're about 5 minutes into the Vikings game. First commercial break. And I tell the kids, I go, hey, guys, I have a really good idea. They said, what's that? Or no, I'm sorry. One of them asked if they could have a piece of their candy, if they could have some of their Halloween candy. And I said, yeah, under one condition. She goes, what's that? You all have to go into your candy and grab one piece and bring it to me for the dad tax.
So you double tax them?
Each one
now
of them.
You're just
So each one of them comes to me while I'm in my recliner and like offers up candy like a sacrifice to a god.
Oh no.
And
man.
now here's where you're going to, you're thinking, oh, Aaron, wow, you're a piece of shit. Here's where they're a little diabolical. They all gave me the shit that they didn't want.
Right.
So I got organic honey grams, organic chocolate honey grams. Now here's what they don't know. I love organic honey and chocolate grams because the bears put them in their mouth, they kind of dissolve a little, and then you chew the soft, mushy. So I eat it like a baby does, essentially, and I love them. My son brings me a mini Snickers, and he unwrapped it and everything. He goes, "Here you go, Dad," and I reach for it, and he goes. He pops it in his own mouth. I'm like, that's kind of a killer move. I kind of like that. That shows balls. That's like he was kind of Leonidas in front of Xerxes.
Yeah, like eat a dick. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like,
it's not bad.
Clearly, you've never met our women. Judging from what I've seen here today, I should have sent them down here to fight. So then he hands me the other Snickers because he didn't want to defy the authority.
The rule.
Right. He knew what would have happened. So yes, I know in the chat I'm getting called let's see, you fucking Democrat. You're a cheap Jew. I'm being called Jewish. Oh, man.
He's fucking charging chocolatey gains over here. What the hell?
Kmart Ready says, I hope you lose your toe. And you know what? That's fair. That's fair. You know what? The only way I'm going to get out of this is by bringing up someone else who's more hateable than me.
Who's that?
You want to talk a little Ilhan Omar today?
Oh boy, what did she do now?
Ilhan, oh, by the way, we are knocking on the fucking door of 600. Oh, we just eclipsed 600.
Nice.
Let's get to 7. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I'm loving the effort right now. Keep going. Remember, we have to hit 600, which we just did, in order to be a real show. But to get to 7 means we're doing well today. 600 is average. We can hang in there with an average show. 700 means we're good. 800, I get suspicious, and I worry if I'm going back to jail or something. Something happened. We got to 1100 last Monday. I don't even consider that real.
Yeah.
Anymore.
But again, it was the big Jimmy Kimmel return show.
That's true. That was my big Jimmy Kimmel bump, and now it's Wrinkly Shirt Monday. So, all right. We're about 160 away from today's goal. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Gift some memberships. We appreciate that. That's big for us today. And if we go over, the rest goes to Mikey 2 matches, which is cool. We'll do that on the air. We'll donate to his commissary. All right. Ilhan Omar was giving an interview, and I got to give Ilhan Omar some credit, I think.
What?
I think she knows how hated she is. I think she knows what everyone's complaint of her is, and I think she's leaning in.
Why not? It's not like it's going to fucking hurt you.
Right.
Your supporters won't give 2 shits.
Yeah, they'll vote for you all day unless another Somali lady comes along.
Right.
Like, the only way Somalis in Minnesota lose either their state representative, state senate, or congressional seat in this state is if another Somali primaries them. That's the only way they can lose. They have that much influence in those districts. But I think Ilhan Omar knows that we all think of her as a Somalia first Democrat. We all think that she, kind of in many ways hates America, doesn't like the way it is, wants to come in here and tell us, how to live. Like, hey, marrying your brother ain't so bad. Trust me. She gave an interview with Democracy Now! And it caused me to have a second theory about Ilhan Omar, which is that Ilhan Omar knows exactly what she's doing. And when Ilhan Omar goes on like MSNBC or Ilhan Omar goes on ABC or one of those, I think she tones it down a little. But when she goes on Democracy Now!, which is like the most far left thing you're going to find, although I will give
cranks it up to 11.
I think she cranks it up to 11, but I want to give Democracy Now! One thing. Yes, they're extremely left wing. They're fucking a little batty and they're very biased, but they were one of the first people to call out the 9/11 conspiracy. They were one of the first people to jump on that. This is Ilhan Omar talking about Somalia versus the United States. Now, most of us would say there really isn't a comparison.
Yeah.
But
I mean, one's kind of polluted and relatively lawless.
And the other one's
just polluted.
Somalia, yeah. No. So Ilhan Omar goes on Democracy Now! She wants to talk about how, maybe in America we're a little too full of ourselves.
Armed men who are in plain clothes that are snatching people off the streets, unwilling to identify themselves.
But enough about the Mogadishu militias.
You have
I was going to say enough about how women get married in Somalia.
Being deployed in our streets. My God, this is America. You have states' rights being disregarded. So, a constitutional crisis that's being created in front of our eyes. And the same week where we have a president who has deployed the military who are trained to kill our enemies, not Americans, but our enemies, are in our streets. It's the same week that we are going to have a military parade. Can you imagine
like
that image?
By the way, the military is trained to kill enemies of the government.
Yeah, dude. They're trained. I don't know if you've seen enough movies, ma'am, but they're trained to fight all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Right. They're not swearing to protect you and I. The military is not there to protect you and I. The military is there to protect enemies of the United States government. And you and I ain't the United States government all the time. I mean, this this idea, I mean, this is something a lot of people had to learn the hard way during COVID.
Yeah.
You know, they were like, oh, the police and the military, they'll stand up to all these shutdowns and they'll stand up. No, they won't. They will
No,
go
they'll do as they're told. That's the system.
They will go to a bar and restaurant's front door and tell that owner to lock it the fuck up where they're going to be arrested. That's what the cops in the military will do. So, Ilhan Omar, I'm sorry, honey, but no, the military is there to, they're trained to kill enemies of the government. Not only that, I love it when lefties, when far left borderline socialists discover their inner small government libertarian and all of a sudden are totally pro states' rights.
Yeah, all of a sudden they give a shit about states' rights. It's really weird. But this is one of those, again, with the immigration thing, with states' rights. Where were you guys 4 years ago when Arizona and Texas said, hey, states' rights, we believe in a southern border, we're going to put up our own, and the administration shut that shit down? I don't remember you guys.
No, they don't. You don't understand. They don't like that states' rights.
But that's weird. Weird. Okay, what about the states' rights with the Roe v. Wade thing, where they demolished that? Now it's a states.
Johnny, those are bad.
But states' rights.
Yeah, but those are bad states' rights. Like, let's say Florida and Texas wanted to keep all of their businesses open while people were catching something a little worse than the common cold. That's bad states' rights.
I have so much trouble. I thought it was just a simple yes or no on the states' rights. Are we pro or anti-states' rights?
No, you need to learn something about being a Democrat or being a Republican. If you're not in power, going against your own principles fucking rules if you can make the people in power look bad.
Okay.
Exactly. Just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Weird. Yeah. I actually kind of spit up a little at the thought of it. That's strange.
And when you're in
Seems
power,
very disingenuous.
When you're in power, this is something Republicans can learn. It's totally okay to be completely contradictory on what you believe as long as your party is the one doing the contradictory thing. Like putting the military in the streets and spending billions and billions and billions of dollars and, running up deficits of $1.8 trillion a year. It's totally okay to be for that, but it's only when your guys do it that it's okay. That's
putting more military boots on the ground in some more places in South America.
No, that's called what that's called is being principled.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I thought there was no new wars. We got like 3 now.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's fine. It's how you stay consistent.
That is going to be coming out of our country. I mean, I grew up in a dictatorship. And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that. To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights, while our president is spending millions of dollars propping himself up like a failed dictator with a military parade. It is really shocking, and
failed dictators don't win elections, sweetheart. Also, I grew up. See, this chick is such a Somalia apologist and blames America for everything. Like, look, you want to criticize America? There's a shitload of meat on that bone. I mean, what's going on right now with the shutdown and these guys all swinging their dicks at each other, these Democrats and Republicans, while poor people can't get their fucking SNAP benefits re-upped. That's shameful. That's really gross. That's a shitty thing the wealthiest country in the world does. You can criticize America, but to use Somalia as a comparison is, it's beyond retarded. And for Ilhan Omar to go, I grew up in Somalia. I didn't see troops on the streets. That's because you
weren't
guys
allowed to go out without the company of a dude, so that makes sense.
That's because you guys didn't have a central government that could even have a military. It was all competing militias. When you grew up in Somalia, your warlords were stealing so much fucking foreign food aid and starving the people so badly that the rest of the world agreed we're all going to send a few troops so we can make sure the people can eat. Your country that you grew up in was so fucked that we had to import it to America, and you still can't make it work. And
I'd like to point out, you guys got here, shit's gone so bad, we've had to deploy the military into these cities.
I mean, Somalia didn't have... You're right. Somalia didn't have its own government's military in the street with the people because Somalia couldn't get their shit together enough to even have a military. You had to have about 50 other countries' militaries come into your country so that they could get the shit to shoe level so that people could get a fucking sandwich. We had to shoot a bunch of militiamen on rooftops with little bird helicopters so that a burger could get into a kid's mouth. You fucking traitor. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. She's not a traitor. She's very loyal to the country she supports and comes from and believes in.
I personally think we should do her a favor and, all expenses, airplane ticket, first class back. By all means, head on back.
People are putting
head on back to the land of milk and honey, sweetie.
People are putting the green lights in the chat. This is not the white power hour. I'm criticizing a Somali congresswoman.
Two things are true at the same time.
No, this is not a white power hour. We're not lighting the lamp. Let's see if the lamp even works today. Oh, hey, the lamp is working. But
the lamp thinks it's a white power hour.
This is not a what we are criticizing.
You ask the lamp.
No, we're criticizing someone who's saying shit. Stop it with those green lanterns. Stop it. We are not, the WPH train only takes off if we do $35 in 5 minutes. And we're not doing that. So no, people now in the YouTube chat are just writing wee woo. No, there's no wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. None of that. None. Zero. It's not happening.
Just what happened. That's it. It's not, and we're all done now.
No, that wasn't it either. I was criticizing someone's legitimate words. Them being black was incidental.
Like I said, two things true at the same time. Like I said, we can multitask.
I've been trying to make this argument my entire career. The fact that they're black is like the 19th thing wrong with them. I mean,
Nope, keep digging. Keep digging.
Race is not a factor in what I'm trying to tell you.
When I see them, I don't even think of them as a race of human.
No,
is that what you're saying?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, see, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that she is wrong in her opinions.
Right.
And that Somalia is such a shithole that they're not even bad enough to get a military, or they're not even good enough. They can't even get a military to put in the streets. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's a black Muslim lady.
So you don't even think about her as a black Muslim lady. It doesn't even register.
No, I'm saying that my criticism is not based in race. It's based in the words she's speaking. And I do look at her as a human being.
Okay.
Good.
Just not an equal.
I didn't say I didn't say that I don't see
I mean,
her
let's
as equal.
fucking brass tacks. At the end of the day, she's still a woman.
I didn't say that I don't see her as an equal. That's not what I said.
You thought it pretty hard, though.
Nobody can tell me what's in my brain. Thank you very much. All right, we got more. Look, I got more stuff to do today.
All right, fine.
Then talk about old Ilhan Omar. God bless her. Salam alaikum, alaikum salam. Peace be unto you, Earl. The whole 9 yards. All right, but to say that I grew up in Somalia, which she never stops reminding us of, to say that she grew up in did I say Israel? Or Somalia.
You're about to say Israel the second time.
Yeah,
there,
Somalia. She grew up in Somalia, and she never saw anything as bad as what we're doing here. It's like, I'm sorry, but
you are aware of, like, in Somalia, ma'am, the whole consent. They had a freaking riot in Somalia recently. You know why?
Why?
Because they passed a law on, like, dudes marrying like age bans on marriage. So all the guys got in the street.
Wait. Before you finish that thought, let me make sure I'm keeping up with you. So you're saying that Muslims in Somalia rioted in the streets because they passed a law trying to make it okay to marry underage girls?
No, it's the other way. They tried to make it not okay to marry underage girls.
And they rioted because they didn't do it
Because of
soon.
that. No. They rioted because they put the law into effect. And guess what? The riot worked. They revoked the law.
No, that's not true. No, guys, Johnny's making jokes. Somalia did not pass
Here,
a
let me
law.
go find the article.
No, Johnny's kidding, guys. Somalia did not pass a law saying you can't have sex with kids anymore. And then people rioted so much that they let them have sex with kids again. That didn't happen.
No, it kind of.
Maybe Ilhan Omar is right. Maybe Somalia is more advanced than us. We take to the streets and protest shit. Our government still does it anyway. I wish we could get done. Oh, this is okay. Hold on. This is not going to sound right, but let me just say it because it's a comedy show. I wish our country could be as effective at eliminating the income tax as Somalia is at eliminating the age of consent. Meaning I don't want an income tax, and I
get what you're doing.
I would like the age of consent to be raised to 20. I would like the income tax lowered to... You know what? I want the age of consent raised to the highest tax bracket percentage, and I want the highest tax bracket percentage lowered to the age of consent.
In October of 2025, a newly introduced Somalian law that aimed to set the minimum age at 18 for marriage was reversed within 24 hours following protests by men who argued the legislation was contrary to religious Sharia laws and traditional practices.
So wait a minute. Every time we criticize Islam and we go, God, they're really backwards on some of their ideas on sex and incest and having sex with children and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they say you're Islamophobic when you say that. But then a Muslim country tried to make the age of consent a reasonable number of 18, and Muslims threw a fit, rioted, and threatened
in the
enough
streets,
people.
And they reversed it in 24 hours. This thing didn't last a day.
Could you do me a favor? Google one more thing.
All right. Oh, yeah,
Age of consent, Israel.
All right. Let's look that up. I'm fairly certain we won't find anything we like here either, boss.
Look up age of consent.
It's your hour, your dime.
Israel.
Age of consent, Israel.
Okay.
16 years. The age of sexual consent is 16 years. The national legislation provides for a 3 years close in age exemption.
So a 17-year-old can fuck a 14-year-old?
Or more, apparently. So, yeah, there's a 3-year exemption. 3 years close in age exemption. Okay, so if you're within 3 years, okay, okay.
Hey,
while the age of sexual consent is the same between boys and girls, Israel's definition of our wording does not include boys as victims.
what is the religious background of the person who runs Pornhub?
Oh, I can answer you that already. Jewish. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
What is the religious background of the person and ethnic background of the person who owns OnlyFans?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm going to guess Jewish.
You're going to guess very safely. Go ahead and Google, is porn allowed in Israel?
Let's find out.
By the way, we are not doing WPH. This is just incidental that all this stuff is going on. Main Vein with $20 says for the White Power Hour. That's not...
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
That's not what we're doing at all. It's not what we're doing at all.
Dude, I'm going to have that stuck in my head all day today. I'm just going to walk around. What the fuck?
All right, what'd you find out?
Yes, pornography is legal in Israel, but strict laws against child pornography and certain other forms of content, such as revenge porn, are in place and strictly enforced. The country has laws like Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act, which can lead to imprisonment for creators of certain types of pornographic content.
That's not what I've seen. Is porn illegal in Israel? I believe it's illegal to produce it. It's not banned in Israel. It is legal in Israel and Turkey and Lebanon. These places. Hold on. I don't think that's correct. I think it's illegal to produce pornography in Israel. Is producing porn illegal in Israel? Is Google? No, producing pornography is not illegal in Israel, but there are laws against specific types of content. While it's not outright banned, Israeli law prohibits the creation and distribution of sexually explicit content that involves violence, abuse, or exploitation. Bro, every kind of porn is exploitation. Additionally, laws are in place to combat issues like child exploitation, which are treated as serious offenses. Wait a minute.
Wait, I've got another article. According to Wikipedia, the only 3 countries in the Middle East where pornography is legal. Oh, legal.
Yeah,
are Turkey,
legal.
Lebanon, and Israel.
Well, that backfired on me big time. And now I look super anti-Semitic for doing that. Holy shit.
Yeah, but I mean, throw that rock in a room and see what it hits like half of the time.
Veldrain with $1 says, welcome to Somalia. We have running child brides before running water. Very accurate. Coltrane with $1 says, man, that age of consent bill got changed quick. Not reading the rest of that. I'm just not. Main Vein, thank
you for the super chat.
Thank you for the $20. Main Vein, that puts us at 150 away from today. Let's keep going. It also puts
Beautiful.
It also puts Main Vein tied for 4th at $20. Gray Duckling is now in central booking with $12, and Arch Magus has fallen out of the top 5 with $10. Thank you, guys. Hey, 150 away from today's goal. Do us a favor. Get under 100 by 9:30, and we are on point for today. Also, if we knock out today's goal, whatever we go over, we will donate live on air to Mikey 2 Matches commissary.
Nice.
We have Jeremy checking in. Should we see if we've been clean today?
Yeah, let's check in with Jeremy.
Jeremy says, I'm way late in the chat, but I just had to explain to my wife why you brought up my name and why I cannot play you on job sites. Why being played on job sites is important for a growing audience. I feel like up until like the last 10 or 15 minutes, we've been good boys
We've
today.
been pretty good.
I
mean, every $20 that comes in is a little rough, but we've been trying to keep it pretty on up and up.
Hey, definitely do not send in money with inappropriate messages in it that will get us in trouble on job sites. Thank you very much. All right, 150 away. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's up that algorithm. I do appreciate it. We're over 500, but we've gone under 600, so I think we've peaked for the day. Up over 600.
Oh.
We're not going to see 7 today. Oh, well. But we are over 5, which is nice. So this, there's still little embers of this Saudi Arabia, what's his name? Mark Maron, Theo Vaughn shit kind of hanging around a little bit.
Okay.
Theo Vaughn did a podcast with, I believe, Andrew Santino. And Theo Vaughn talked about the Mark Maron thing. He talked about, his special. I don't know if you know this. Mm-hmm. Theo Vaughn's special went off the rails.
It did not go well from what I heard in the recording side of it.
He did say that he's probably going to have to re-record it. Now, he said that the whole thing was because he had gotten off of his antidepressants. He was stressed out about this Department of Homeland Security thing, which we're going to play a clip of in a second. He didn't really say that it was about the Mark Maron thing, even though Joe Rogan said on his show that Mark Maron criticizing Theo Vaughn sent Theo into a spiral. So is that true, or was Joe Rogan just using that to shit on Mark Maron? I don't know. Theo Vaughn did have a great line, though, and oddly enough, I can't find it. Theo Vaughn had a great line in the podcast when he was talking about Mark Maron.
Yeah.
He said, Mark Maron said that I would interview Hitler if he was still alive, and that's ridiculous. The Nelk boys already did it. Boom, Theo. Very, very nice. A little Benjamin Netanyahu slam on his podcast. But I was watching a video by this guy who goes by American Redact. He's like this big time lefty guy. And I got to say, man, I'm having a hard time figuring out who's more obnoxious and lame and gay. The Saudi Arabia comics like Bill Burr and that, or the people who hate them. Because the people who hate them are just disingenuous, lying douchebags who are either wildly jealous of these comedians, which is ridiculous, or they're just trying to overstate something so that they can get attention for it. Because kind of telling truth to power like we do, or kind of like cutting it down the middle and being fair about it and defending people and not defending people. That's not popular. That won't get you clicks and views, but it will make you more right. These guys like American Redact and others, if it's Bill Burr, piece of shit, libtard, blah, 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 whatever. If it's shitting on Bill Burr or any of these guys, then they're great, they're awesome, they're amazing. And if Bill Burr shits on those people back, here's an interesting thing that this internet critique community has created for themselves. They've created this wonderful, it's a self-sustaining copium farm. They've set up this thing where they get to say whatever they want about the Bill Burrs and Theo Vons of the world. And if Theo Von or Bill Burr act like their dad and get out the belt and spank them verbally, well, then they're just crashing out.
They're just crashing out on them?
It's this really weak beta attitude where I get to say whatever I want about someone else, and if they dare come back at me, well, then they're just crashing out and losing their minds. Like, I get to shit on this person however I want, and then them...
Sweet gig.
Right.
Almost sounds like you're built not to lose.
Exactly. It's kind of like internet commentary is total bullshit. It's almost
what
like
are we doing right now?
I mean, they do all the things they accuse Bill Burr and Joe Rogan of. They're disingenuous. They make shit up. They lie. They understate their own shortcomings and overstate everyone else's. I mean, you guys were made for each other. It's kind of like the guy and girl in elementary school who can't stop pulling each other's hair and shit. It's like you guys have a crush on each other.
Yeah. You're gonna hit an age where you start looking at the opposite gender as possibly more than friends, and you two are just gonna be inseparable from that point on.
So this American Redact says, Bill Burr and all these other Saudi comics that went to Saudi Arabia, they're all crashing out. And all because they are criticizing, they're now all shitting on Mark Maron. They're all hitting him back now. Like Mark Maron got to take all these free shots, and now these guys are all hitting back at Mark Maron pretty accurately. And now that's a crash out. That doesn't count. That's not criticism. These guys are just bitter and pissy and shitty and mad.
Yeah, Mark Maron, I will say this. At least he got out in front of the whole, like, look, and let's be honest, I wasn't offered a gig, so it's really easy for me to turn my nose up and say I wouldn't do it.
It is hilarious for, like, all of these guys criticizing Bill Burr and all these people for going to Saudi Arabia, and you can criticize them. But they criticize them not realizing the ally they've made for themselves in Mark Maron. They're like, they're getting Mark Maron's back, not understanding Mark Maron has been the single most bitter, jealous comic of the last 40 years.
Yeah, this is really kind of the wrong guy to call out, hey, this is wrong to do this. And I'm not just saying that because I'm jealous. Like, no. You say pretty much everything you say because you're jealous. Like, this is...
So this American...
That's why we expected this from you.
This American Redact starts going over why these guys are going after Maron, and his grand conspiracy theory is they're all going after Maron to make Daddy Rogan happy. And it's like, okay, I'll listen to this. And he goes, the feud between Mark Maron and Joe Rogan stems from the fact... The feud between Mark Maron and Joe Rogan, he said this, stems from the fact that Mark Maron calls out Joe Rogan and criticizes him. And I'm like, dude, bro, are you 12 years old? Like, you don't understand that the feud between Maron and Rogan comes from the fact that when Rogan became the number one podcast guy, he had to overtake the current number one podcast guy. Do you know who the number one podcast guy was when Rogan took that spot?
I'm guessing it was Mark Maron.
It was Mark Maron. Bravo. Very good. And Mark Maron couldn't stand it, so he launched a lifetime feud against Joe Rogan. So I know you all hate Joe Rogan. He's really popular. And you guys hate Bill Burr because he got really popular. But Mark Maron ain't the dog to back in this thing because he is literally everything you have ever criticized about these other two. And it makes your little petty videos look really vindictive and... what's the word? You look like you're a walking contradiction. So
Mark Maron.
You look like Mark Maron. So this American Redact guy goes, and these guys got crashed out and they started criticizing Mark Maron, and all he did was tell 2 or 3 jokes on his special. It's like, bro, Mark Maron went on every podcast that would have him for a month and was shitting on these guys endlessly. Every little thing he could think of. Mark Maron was going and shit from Howie Mandel's podcast to Andrew Santino's podcast to you name it. Mark Maron, Adam, I think it was not Carolla. There was Mandel. There was Bad Friends. There was the liberal, I think it was Pod Save America, and a couple of other liberal podcasts. Sam Cedar's show. He was on a bunch of shows, and he couldn't stop talking about these guys. Now I understand why American Redact and Too Lazy to Try and all these other guys like Mark Maron so much. He's them.
Well, the best part is, like, all he did is he told a couple of jokes in his special. Right, so a special that's recorded will be replayed. Jokes that make no sense later down the road when nobody remembers this shit because nobody will commit this shit to memory. So he committed parts of that time capsule to them. Yeah, that's more of an own than you think it is. I'm sorry. There shouldn't be jokes in
I think us talking about this leads more into the Jon Stewart thing than the Theo Vaughn thing. So let's do the Jon Stewart thing real quick.
Okay. Jon
Stewart was doing an interview with the New Yorker, and this guy from the New Yorker is the biggest douche. His name's Remnick. Is this guy? I think it's David Remnick. And he interviewed Jon Stewart. And, you know, Jon Stewart and other people deserve a lot of credit because it takes balls to stick up for people when there's like an internet onslaught against them.
Right.
Actually, you know what? I shouldn't say that. It doesn't take balls because then you realize the internet is fake and gay and full of bots and that it doesn't cost you anything. But what I'm saying is, like, it would be so easy for Jon Stewart to either say no comment or throw shade at Rogan and shit on the guy to, like, add to the pile on. Jon Stewart does an awesome job here because this New Yorker asshole is thinking
he's
like
doing a thing.
He thinks he's got a buddy in Jon Stewart, and they're gonna chortle a little bit at Joe's expense. And Jon Stewart does a really good job of defending these guys.
John, you've been on Rogan a couple of times.
Yes.
What did you think of that experience being on Joe Rogan?
I enjoyed being on Rogan. I think he's an interesting interviewer. There are right-wing, weaponized commentators whose sole purpose is to manipulate things to the benefit of the Bannon Project.
But enough about Mark Levin. Oh, sorry.
Or the Project 2025. Rogan's not that guy.
What is that guy? How would you describe
that guy
him?
is a curious comic who fell into this thing that got fucking enormous, maybe doesn't, has opinions all over the political spectrum, but has tendencies that people on the left does not fit the aesthetic. He's a hunter.
I mean, in fairness, he's had people on who are kind of Nazi curious.
This is what I mean about this guy.
You're trying to paint a picture.
You know, but I don't.
You asked a question, you're getting an answer, and you're interrupting him because it's not fitting your narrative.
Exactly. He's kind of doing the thing that Jon Stewart is kind of describing. This Remnick, trying to look like a neutral journalist, asks this question about Joe Rogan, but when John doesn't start giving him the answer that he wants, he goes, whoa, wait a minute, I got to steer this thing. It must be really exhausting to be this kind of a guy because to just interview someone can be really interesting and really fun. But to be an interviewer who has in the back of their head, I have to talk to this guy a certain way or people might say mean things about me on Twitter, it's got to be really stressful and it's got to be really, it's got to fuck with you a little bit because this guy is clearly doing that. He thought Jon Stewart was going to give him a certain thing on Rogan, and he didn't. And Jon Stewart has done a very good job, really his entire career, of being a truth teller that makes everybody mad or makes everybody uncomfortable. And that's the good sign that someone's usually giving you the straight dish on something, is that you don't always like it. It's not always what you want to hear. That usually means they're being genuine. And I think Jon Stewart is very genuine, especially here. So Nazi curious. And this is another thing that guys like Remnick do. They bring up this Nazi curious. If they can't, they tried doing the Nazi thing for years, and that got smacked down. So now everyone has to be Nazi curious or Nazi adjacent.
That's not good.
I've interviewed Kissinger. And he was carpet bomb curious. I don't know what to say. It's very easy to castigate those where we're like, but he had an opinion a few years back that's, corrosive.
But the difference is when he was carpet bomb curious, you didn't say, oh, yeah, that's awesome. And what happens with Rogan sometimes is he'll hear somebody that's on the dangerous end of the spectrum.
Who?
And he'll just kind of soak it in.
Like what?
But this is gatekeeping. He's like on the dangerous end of the spectrum. It's not like Joe Rogan has Nick Fuentes on saying, I don't believe the Holocaust happened. And by the way, as much as I disagree with that opinion, you're allowed to believe it didn't happen.
Right. And you're allowed to have people on your show who espouse that opinion.
Right. This fear of people saying shit is what makes Nick Fuentes huge. And by the way, that's what all of these guys are afraid of right now. They don't say his name because they're worried he's like Joe Hendry and he'll appear. They don't say his name, but the rise of Nick Fuentes has caused all of these media guys to start making up this invisible Nazi in their head because they don't want to say Nick Fuentes. So they go,
say his name, Jews disappear. I believe in Nick Fuentes.
because from everywhere but a place in Tel Aviv. Oh.
And this is,
but no, that gate, before we continue with this, that gatekeeping shit annoys the fuck out of me. That guys like him go, having someone on you disagree with is fine. But once it gets to this arbitrary opinion that I've chosen in my head, now I get to morally grandstand.
Now it's not
and say
okay.
it's
Now
not
these are
okay.
dangerous people.
Yeah. But notice, like Jon Stewart said, he interviewed Kissinger. Kissinger's a fucking war criminal who should have been put to death. Henry Kissinger is a truly evil, evil man. And this guy, that's okay because Henry Kissinger was in the DC world. He was in the political game. So even if that guy does really evil shit like murder Cambodians who we weren't at war with, murder, it's one thing to firebomb Vietnamese civilians. He went and he murdered Laotians and Cambodians that we weren't at war with. And that guy's okay to talk to. But if you say something that's not in this guy's wheelhouse, how dare you have him on a show?
Right.
Soak it in.
And this is, I think this is a great point. And it's whoever job who thinks that information is dangerous to fight to get their point of view out there to counter what they think is misinformation. You can't just deputize people to say he should have known better and he should have prosecuted that point.
But the reality is, John, is that it might be my job or the New York Times job or even your job, but I don't have the audience that Joe Rogan does.
Then get it.
So what? That's not on whose fucking fault is that?
Could it be that you guys have manipulated and lied to people enough where they don't trust you anymore? And if Joe Rogan has a Nazi curious guy on, which you're going to have to explain to me who that is.
Kanye.
Did he have Kanye on?
I don't know, but you say Nazi curious, and I'm immediately like, unless we're talking Nick Fuentes, we're going Kanye.
He better not.
Here's where I don't even buy Nick Fuentes on that. Nick Fuentes isn't a Nazi. He just very much doesn't like Jews, and he'll tell you why.
But my thing with the Joe Rogan comparison is they better not be talking about Daryl Cooper because Daryl Cooper is a historian. He's not Nazi curious. But anyway, this guy's like, whoa. Jon Stewart's basically saying, if you don't like what they're saying, you have a platform, say the opposite. And this guy's going, but it's not fair. I don't have the platform he does. This is the way that people like Joe Rogan have had to operate for the last 100 years. And now for a couple of years, because you guys have been lying shitbags for so long, you're not in the catbird seat anymore. Now you're going to lie and bitch and complain, but I don't have as many followers as Joe Rogan. That sounds like a you problem, brother.
Then get it.
Yeah,
Then find
get
people
it.
who do.
Yeah.
Then go on that show. Then do those things. Like that is. It's not acceptable to just say, "Well, I don't like what he does." Then do it better. Beat them at their own game. It's not enough to just complain that guy got a platform and don't platform that guy. There's no one in this world right now that isn't platformed. And my biggest frustration, honestly, with a lot of scientists is they all go, RFK, oh, he's so fucked up. That's terrible information. Oh, okay. What's the information? Nothing. Where are they?
Right.
Get out there.
No, it's because RFK Jr. is saying shit that might be true and goes against the people who have been cutting you checks.
Right, and the people that don't like that information getting out are the ones who are like, well, look, I don't like this. But it's the liar thing. It's detrimental to my case.
Exactly. And that's how I feel a lot of these people who like to go after Rogan and Bill Burr and all these other people. It's kind of how they operate too. Well, I have to frame this a certain way. Otherwise, this just looks like me being a jealous cunt.
I will say in the Bill Burr situation, he did kind of set himself up a little bit back when he made statements about saying how doing something like he did wouldn't be okay. Like years
the
before.
Beyonce stuff.
Yeah, like just going on and saying I don't want to go, or something about not going and performing for certain people. I don't know the exact context. He said something contrary to him going over.
What he was saying was Beyonce and Mariah Carey performed for Gaddafi's children.
Okay.
And he's like, well, are we going to pretend the Pan Am bombing didn't happen? And now people are saying, well, Bill, you went and performed in Saudi Arabia. Didn't they do 9/11? We gotta make up our minds on this shit. Was 9/11 a false flag done by our own government, or was it done by the Saudis? Because I don't think you can criticize Bill Burr for going to Saudi Arabia on the 9/11 thing if you don't believe the official story of 9/11.
Yeah, I kind of believe it was. Well, I hate to say this. I kind of believe it was like it wasn't done on behalf of Saudi Arabia. It was allowed to happen by our government and say other organizations working with said government. And so it's kind of this weird mixed bag where they did attack us, but they attacked us because we played dead and we asked them to.
Jon Stewart made a point about the Saudi Arabia thing that I thought was really good. He said, I don't police other people's money, but I wish these guys wouldn't make it like we're just starting a conversation thing. You know? Like, he's like, go ahead, go make your money, go perform a show wherever you'd like to.
Right.
But he was like, don't do that thing that Bill Burr did, which he said it in this same interview. But I'm not finding the clip because if you type in Jon Stewart, Saudi Arabia, there's all kinds of shit that comes up.
There's a few things there.
But he also shit on Marin, saying like, come on, you're taking all of this from a guy who's one of the most, like, he even said, he goes, I've known Mark Maron, and that guy has a lot of skeletons in his closet, and he hasn't treated people very well either. You know, he's gone.
I don't know. I haven't known Mark Maron.
He said that, Mark Maron has done a lot of shady shit to a lot of people. And Jon Stewart's comment was basically, I don't police other people's money. Just don't say you're doing it for moral reasons, like you're trying to start a conversation. And
or you're trying to push the bounds and bring democracy. No. You're doing it because they gave you a paycheck and you're there to make a paycheck. Exactly. You're an entertainer. You're a performer. You're paid to do a gig. That's the thing. When you're paid to play a character, it doesn't mean you fully support that character. I'm pretty sure plenty of people don't support the characters they play in movies as like, oh, I believe in everything they did. No. You got paid to be that character for that movie.
$2 from Joey Caravello says, speaking of Jews, I don't want to do Jew shit today. We got enough. I got a Dave Smith, Seth Dillon clip we're going to play later. I don't want to.
We're going to toe the line close enough.
I don't want to do Jews. It gets exhausting.
Enough.
And now to the Jews. No, Joey Caravello with $2 says, would you swing with Gino and Keanu? No, of course not. Of course not. 150 away from today's goal. All right. This is a pretty normal thing for us. It's getting close to 9:30, and our donos have completely dried up and gone away as people get to work. So here's what I'm asking. Take a break from whatever you're doing right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And goddamn, if you've liked today's show and we're killing time for you, because that's what we aim to do, throw a few bucks at the toe, and let's get this knocked out. 150 away from today. I got to stop doing the if we go over by X amount, we'll do this. I got to understand, we're not going to go over. Like, we're going to barely knock this thing out at the last minute like we fucking always do. 150 away from today's goal. The goal is life. Life is the goal. Go ahead and knock it out. Kmart X with a great point says, Marin has a special to release.
I think he just did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was. Pool Scam Sam says, imagine putting on that shirt and thinking, that looks good. I've told you, it's Wrinkly Shirt Monday. Oh, did you see a little titty there?
Yeah, you peeked a little. I mean, we've gotten teases, but never a full peekaboo. There you go.
That's a little, see what that is? That's toe flesh right there, baby.
So white, it's glowing. It looks like a radioactive substance.
I caught a glare from the camera. Son of a bitch.
Like kryptonite in the Superman movies. Anyways,
Chevrolet JB says, got you up to 4 likes on Rumble. Looking good. No, you have to hit refresh. If you come in at the beginning of the show, it's going to be whatever the likes are at the beginning.
When you came in.
Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and we do need to get to 100 by 9:30 to have a shot. So go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. And let's call this another win for the toe today. Let's get to the Dave Smith thing. Now that we do have one thing to do before the Dave Smith thing. Let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care are going to pick you up. Weather's getting colder. You're going to end up going in the ditch. You're going to end up stalling out. You're going to end up having all kinds of car issues. And if you do, nobody comes and picks you up quicker than All Care Towing. So 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Put them in your phone now so you have them when you need them. It's 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our pals at Midland can hook you up with whatever you need, whether it's for the upcoming hunting season. I think the hunting season starts this weekend.
You mean the deer opener?
I think deer opener is second weekend in November, if I'm not incorrect. I think it might be. Get whatever you need at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. They also take care of the suppressor process from start to finish. And also, yes, they did give out Halloween candy. And yes, I did ask them if I could take a full-size Hershey's bar with almonds. And they said yes.
You're absolutely right. It's this weekend, Saturday, November 8th.
There we go. Saturday, November 8th, 2025. Make it Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville. They had their great Halloween celebrations on Friday and Saturday. And then on Sunday, great specials for the Vikings game. So it was an awesome weekend for Stoney's. Go ahead and have an awesome time there yourself. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. Go say hi to Cheetos. Go make some new friends. Have yourself a pizza. Have one of their ultimate Bloody Marys. You're going to love it. It's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Go see all the team at Stoney's today. And no MSO, there is no White Power Wednesday at Stoney's. And no Pool Scam Sam, they are not open 24 hours a day. This is misinformation. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, start Saturday, going to miss you all that week. Oh, that's the thing. Our numbers are going to take a hit next week, my friend.
Because deer opener?
I think it's like 65 to 70% of our audience is in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to feel the pinch.
We're going to feel the pinch next week for deer opener. So definitely don't let this $150 goal go unattended to. Let's knock it out because next week might be a few misses. I might have to save our extra to make up for some of our L's we might take next week. All right, let's go into, let's do the Dave Smith, Seth Dillon thing. And then I think that's pretty much it for politics talk today. I think after this, we're going to get into the FDA. Oh, yeah, this will be fun. So the fluoride debate is going to continue. RFK Jr.'s latest crusade is against fluoride in the water.
Yeah.
And I just know that I'm going to take a lot of shit for my fluoride stance.
You're pro-fluoride, I'm guessing.
I am. And I know that makes me a Nazi. You know, they always say, they're like, well, the Nazis took the fluoride And the Nazis took the fluoride to make people complacent, and that's how they got them to kill Jews. Like, no, the Germans hated the fucking Jews at that point. They would have killed the Jews just if you
There
said.
were a lot of reasons before fluoride, my friend.
Yeah. There were a lot of reasons.
Like 108 of them, to be exact.
Were they 109? Were they the last one?
I don't know. I just assumed they were 109.
Well, at any rate, RFK Jr. wants to get rid of the fluoride in the water. And, okay, here's my thing on fluoride. Yes, in large doses, it can create problems. But to the amount it's in toothpaste, it's not an issue. And to the amount it's in your water supply, it's not an issue. Also, they have plenty of non-fluoridated water options out there for you to drink. So my thing is, fluoride is the only thing you can put in your toothpaste that can repair enamel and rebuild cavities.
No, it's one of the things. They found out they can make toothpaste out of keratin that also has a similar property.
Keratin can reverse fillings? Or fillings, I'm sorry, cavities?
Yeah.
Can keratin
Yeah, they
reverse?
They recently did studies on it. Toothpaste made out of hair.
But isn't keratin the thing that makes your fingernails all fucking goofy?
Your hair and your fingernails, yeah.
This says no, keratin cannot reverse cavities that have already formed a hole, but it has the potential to stop early stage decay by rebuilding enamel. Okay, so there's that.
Okay.
Research shows that a keratin-based treatment can create a protective layer on the teeth that mimics natural enamel, which strengthens the tooth and can repair early enamel damage before a full cavity forms. Now, let me be fair. Maybe fluoride can't reverse cavities either. Maybe
especially a full cavity. I mean, I'd be willing to take your knowledge on this. You've had a few cavities.
Yes, fluoride can help reverse early stage cavities. So keratin can protect an early stage cavity from forming more decay. Fluoride can reverse early stage cavities. I'm telling you, man, that fluoride is in small doses for your teeth is good for you. It is. It's not something we should just be throwing out because one guy said, the Nazis and fluoride. To me, I am known for taking the difficult stances on this show. And it would be so easy for me to just sit here and be disingenuous and lie to you and go, yeah, fuck fluoride. Let's take the fluoride out of toothpaste. Let's take it out of the water. Everything. I think fluoride.
Honestly, just knowing what you've dealt with your teeth, I'd be like, you're stupid. That's suicidal if that's what you're talking about.
That's true.
You're one of the people that needs it, kind of deal.
I've been using fluoride my whole life. I've still got shitty teeth, and it made me retarded. So I've gotten the worst of both worlds.
You're so fucked.
Yeah, with maybe you're right. Maybe I need to be anti-fluoride.
No, I'm saying it's stupid of you to be anti-fluoride. Your teeth will be freaking chiclets. It'll be the white picket fence from the wrong side of town in a matter of days.
It'll be way worse. Yeah, maybe I need to be pro more fluoride.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to go the other way and be pro. But RFK Jr. is one of these guys who thinks that the fluoride's going to give you, I don't know if he thinks it gives you autism, but he does think that it gives you like brain rot or whatever. Fluoride strengthens teeth and reduces cavities by replacing minerals lost during normal wear and tear. According to the CDC, well, let's not use them. Let's use somebody else because...
Right? That's the worst part is the people that have to defend the anti-stance are the ones who are like, but you guys are shitbags.
Yeah. In 1962, the agency set guidelines for how much should be added to water. So we didn't start adding fluoride to water until 1962? Okay, maybe we shouldn't do that.
It's a relatively new practice.
Fluoride,
in the grand scheme of things.
Fluoride tablets and lozenges are sometimes recommended for children and teens at increased risk of tooth decay or cavities because of low fluoride in their local drinking waters. Companies also sell drops for babies. Well, now all that sounds a little much. That sounds a little
excessive. Yeah, just a touch.
The FDA said fluoride products are no longer... I have an idea. You know what else might help make our kids' teeth better? Not pumping them full of so much sugar.
Right? Maybe kind of cut back on the sodas. I know we just had Halloween, which is literally the holiday of diabetes, but I feel like we could probably do some healthier eating habits.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason that the dentist my kids have, they call, what they call cavities?
What?
Sugar bugs. I think that's pretty accurate.
Catchy. That's a very good term.
Sugar bugs.
I like that.
which is also what a woman calls it when she fucks and dates a very wealthy cockroach. Sugar. Maybe we don't deserve to hit it today.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
That was a borderline Joe's Apartment reference.
Was that really me just basically saying it's now pity time? It's now pity dono time?
I mean, I don't know if it was so much saying it, but the message got delivered.
Yeah. That was on me. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 said started in 62. What has risen since 1962? I don't know. White supremacy? Is he going autism?
I'm going to guess.
He might be going autism.
This is one of those two. The autism debate, it's really easy to go look at how sharply autism has risen to but it is up because they also have vastly expanded what counts as autism. Like we started really opening that field to a lot of people, which accounts for a lot more of that autistic rise than I think people understand. Not to say that couldn't have caused it.
This text coming in, Aaron, the argument about fluoride in the water is medicating the public water. If you want or don't want fluoride should be up to you, not the water treatment plant. That argument I can get behind.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do
fluoride your water, bitch.
I do think it's weird that a city can just put an amount of fluoride in the water and that people just have to accept it. I don't think that kind of seems to take away the whole consent part.
Yeah.
I don't like that. But as far as the toothpaste, like you got to have some fluoride in your dental care.
But again, like that's the beautiful thing about our capitalist society. You should be able to go down to the store, buy your fluoride toothpaste, and hoop up while you're happy. But why do I got to put up with it in my water?
The products have been prescribed for children as young as 6 months. Why does 6 months olds need to be fucking around with fluoride?
Doctor, I don't know what's wrong with my kid. They don't have any teeth. You better get him on that fluoride. Are we sure this isn't just because it's a newborn that those don't show up right away?
It rebuilds cavities. It's not Miracle Grow, motherfucker. We don't need to be giving 6-month-olds. Like, look, it's going to be hard to be the guy on this show already. Like when I go into chats and super chats and shit, it's going to be hard enough for me to be the pro fluoride guy. But don't make me the pro defending everything they're doing with fluoride guy, because it would be a lot easier for me to be either all the way anti-fluoride or all the way pro-fluoride. I'm in the worst spot. I'm in the shooting gallery. I'm in the crossfire because I'm pro-middle ground, where I'm think
like fluoride's a reasonable thing that we should have in our lives. And then, but we're like my 6-month-old, I need doctors are prescribing. Why? No.
Right. Or we're going to put it in your water without you knowing or caring about it. It's like I'd rather not do that too. So it's kind of this, I should go all the way one way or all the way the other way, but I can't. I don't know.
I just picture the 6-year-old that's been getting fluoride treatment since or not 6-year-old, the person that's been getting fluoride treatment since a 6-month-old. I think you have like the mouth of Baraka at that point. It's just a giant maw of sharp teeth.
Diamonds and Henna says Hawaii water doesn't have fluoride, but the U.S. military bases in Hawaii have fluoride in their water. Well, let's go around and look at some Hawaiian bitches, and if they've all got little chiclets for teeth, we'll know that we should be putting fluoride in there. Tony says not ingesting it, moron. Yeah, don't swallow the shit. Jesus. Get it on your teeth a little bit. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, I was going gun violence, but Johnny immediately going autism is telling. Oh, he's saying that the fluoride in the water has led
increase
to
in gun violence.
Yeah. You know what else has gone up, though, since 1962 is the freedom of black people to shoot people with guns. Sorry. I tried to say that with a straight face and earnestly, but I broke at the last second. It's I was wrong. That was wrong.
And
for
to
me
defend
to
my autism thing, is just a lot of people, like for fluoride and various other things, have pointed to it for autism. Like that, that's what a lot of people have been on. It's just my natural reaction.
No. They're putting the green lanterns in the chat again. They want me to light the lamp and do WPH. First of all, we haven't made enough money to do a WPH. It would have to be $35 in 5 minutes. No, that was a joke I was making about the shooting. It was cheap. It was not. Stop it. Bapa Shab says, you're a very gifted boy. Too gifted. Drink up. Also, a lot of like enamel and shit is genetic.
Like with what goes on with your teeth?
Yeah. Like I got shit teeth from my daddy, and my son's got shit teeth from me. And it's just kind of, fluoride, no fluoride. Look, I'm just saying that going all the way one way or the other on fluoride is misguided. I think it can really help teeth. I think outside of that, we don't need to be fucking around with too much fluoride because in larger doses, it can cause brain damage.
So yeah, I would say because I'm someone who has the benefit of having really good teeth. So I just,
good for you.
I don't. Yeah, dude, it's nice. I can be lazy and it doesn't matter.
Go off, King. Go off.
Hey, look at the trade-off, though. Like what are you going to do?
That's true.
Great, my teeth are awesome. I don't need to race to the bathroom to stand there and brush.
Ladies and gentlemen, fluoride causes MS. That's Red Fox Mad with $4.99. I need to update these standings a little bit here, boys and girls. Red Fox Mad is now tied with he's now ahead of Miss Tay. As Red Fox Mad is now at $30. Miss Tay is now in third at 25. Putting Main Vein in fourth at 20, and now at $14, Silver Wolf is in central booking, knocking Gray Duckling. Gray Duckling got processed. He's been released.
Interesting.
Yeah, because Silver Wolf is now at $14. Thank you very much, Silver Wolf, with $2. He says, I was literally typing what you just said. Oh, the gun violence thing. Well, that's disgusting. Red Fox Mad says chloramines are disinfectants formed by combining chlorine and ammonia in water. They've been used in the U.S. to treat drinking water since 1929. So we've been putting that shit in the water since the 20s.
Chloramines, but I don't think fluoride is a chloramine.
More like boramine. That doesn't work as well when I do
I
it.
get you. Yeah.
1:35 away from today. Guys, we got 15 minutes until 9:30. We've had a little bit of a little rally here. Let's keep that going.
Use this. Let's keep it going.
Gifted memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If we get that $35 in these next 15 minutes here, I'll light the lamp for you. Why the hell not? So as far as the fluoride in the water goes, look, my position on fluoride is this: great for your teeth. Not really useful for anything else. There. The fluoride change is the latest action by RFK Jr. Kennedy, a former environmental lawyer, has called fluoride a dangerous neurotoxin tied to a range of health dangers. During the 2024 election cycle, he said he would push to remove fluoride from drinking water if he was part of a new Trump administration. I am okay with that part.
What? That he promised to do it and he's doing it?
No. Well, yeah, that too. But I'm also okay with him getting rid of the fluoride in the drinking water. I'm kind of where you are, where if people want to use fluoride for their teeth, they should have the freedom to do so.
Right. It should be available and you should just do it and be good.
And also, if you're brushing your teeth with fluoride, you're going to be good. If you're not brushing your fucking teeth, having fluoride in your water is not going to matter.
It's not going to change a whole lot. No.
Yeah. If you're not brushing and you're not water picking or flossing, take it from me. Never really floss. I didn't start water picking until my teeth started rotting. And it's helped keep the wolves at bay. But, you got to
But now you're already sliding down a hill and you're just fighting the tide.
Dude, I asked my dad when we went there for Halloween, I asked him, I said, have you ever had to have a tooth pulled or have your teeth been in bad shape? He's like, I've had a root canal or two in my day, but I don't know if I've ever had one pulled. He said, I've wanted to have one pulled, but the dentist doesn't want to pull it because that's not very expensive. They want to fill it 15 times if they can.
Right.
But I'm I'm more of a just take the fucker out of my head and put a different one in there kind of a guy. Probably because of my little accident when I was a boy.
When you were younger and you just had a fake one thrown in?
Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, only time I'll ever be in central booking. Cool. Hey, you know what? I thought that at one time too, my friend. Don't go lighting Kleenex boxes on fire. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, my man. All right, let's get it down to 100 by 9:30, and we'll make this a perfect day for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Do it. Ryan the Garbage Man saying, nobody's saying you can't drink fluoride. Nobody's saying you can't mix water and fluoride. All we're saying is you can't mix water and fluoride in town.
It's still going. I love that bit is still going.
To which the FDA says,
I hope you die.
all right, let's bang it out. Thank you guys very much. Having some fun today. You know who wasn't having a good time is this Seth Dillon. Do you know who Seth Dillon is?
Seth Dillon having a bad time. Yeah, I know who he is.
He's the guy who started the Babylon Bee. Now, I have a theory about the Babylon Bee. Seth Dillon is he's a Jewish guy. That's not a theory. He is a big-time Zionist. It is my belief that the Babylon Bee is bought and paid for by some really big pro-Israel group. And that's why Seth Dillon is on the side of genocide like he is.
Right.
He went on Piers Morgan's show. And I highly recommend people watch Piers Morgan's show for one specific reason. A lot of people on the internet are into gay retarded drama of dumb shit that doesn't matter. This is a good way for you to get into the news and get away from the brain-rotting drama shit because Piers Morgan covers important news stories, but he's all about drama.
So he'll get those guys.
Right. You're getting news drama with Piers Morgan instead of like, hey, this autistic, retarded person I'm watching on a stream makes me feel better about what a piece of shit I am, so I'm going to pretend I'm superior. Don't do that.
Yeah.
So Dave Smith went on to talk to Seth Dillon about, there's this whole debate that popped up about Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson doing a show together. That
apparently made a few people's minds pop, which is weird.
Well, fucking Josh Hammer, remember the guy who was on that text chain with Charlie Kirk when Charlie was like, I'm going to fucking bring Candace Owens here. I'm done with the Jews. I'm abandoning my pro-Israel position. Josh Hammer was the guy who went, oh, God, not Candace. Don't do that. My God, what are we going to do? I couldn't find my Jewish voice at first there. But Josh Hammer was so angry about the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes thing that he called for Tucker Carlson to be put to death.
What?
Josh Hammer over the weekend said that he should be neutralized.
You guys realize like one of the big takeaways from that is like, hey, sorry I called you a Fed. Sorry I called you a Fed. Like the mutual apology of accusing each other of being a Fed. And then like for Tucker Carlson, like my father worked for the CIA. Like, right.
That was funny.
You're a Fed.
There was also a part in that interview where Tucker Carlson said, you called Joe Kent. You said that Joe Kent worked for the CIA. Now, he did work for the CIA, but like, it's like, well, wait a minute. Which one? Come on, Tucker.
Is he wrong or did he call it right? I'm confused.
Yeah, we got to be consistent here, Tuck. But it was funny for them to go, yeah, that part where they goes, I called you a Fed. I called you a Fed. They kind of did the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah.
A little bit. So before we get into this, I just thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $4.99 that puts us $1.30 away. Says fluoride is a byproduct of several industries, most notably the phosphate fertilizer industry and the aluminum production industry. Well, then fuck those guys, man. So at any rate, Seth Dillon goes on to debate Dave Smith on Nick Fuentes. You know, Johnny, when it comes to the last 10 years, when it comes to people talking to other people and speech and everything else, what's been the big right-wing conservative talking point back when they were getting canceled from stuff? What was their position on free speech?
Anything's fair to say. It's all good.
Should allow anybody on, right?
Anybody on, any viewpoint. You want people who express opinions opposite than you to be vocal so you know who they are.
Wasn't Seth Dillon and the Babylon Bees whole thing that Twitter shut him down and that Elon brought him back and the Babylon Bees Twitter account had been blocked and that's horrible and there shouldn't be wrong speech and we should have free speech on social media? Wasn't that Seth Dillon's whole thing?
I thought so.
Well, that's interesting because we have a clip here of him talking to Dave Smith about Nick Fuentes going on Tucker Carlson's show. I want you to remember this phrase. Now remember, Seth Dillon, Babylon Bee, free speech, it's important, it's this and that. Johnny, do you think a guy who's pro-free speech should say the sentence, and I quote, "I think gatekeeping is a good thing"?
No, that's literally the opposite of free speech.
Okay, just remember that, because this is a 3-minute clip. I'm going to try not to pause too much. I just want you to remember that phrase.
First of all, I think this is like ridiculous and kind of sloppy thinking at a certain point. Just to be clear again, there's no evidence that Tucker was trying to mainstream Nick Fuentes. What happened here is Nick Fuentes became mainstream. Like, that's just the reality. And anybody can look at this. Like, this is just looking at numbers. It's not like an opinion. He's about as big as anybody in this world right now, up there with them. And in terms of, no, you cannot deduce. Look, I had a socialist, Ben Burgess, on my podcast years ago, because he wrote this book, and it was called something like, Canceling Comedians While the World Burns. And the book was about how there's all these left-wingers who were caught up in cancel culture at the time, canceling Louis C.K. and all these guys, when, look, we still don't have universal health care or universal, all this stuff. And I just interviewed him about the book because I thought it was a really interesting topic. And I didn't argue with him, but you can't deduce from that I believe in socialism.
There's this weird thing that the pro-Israel right is doing, and it exposes them very much. They're not conservative. They're not libertarian. They're just pro-Israel, and the Republicans happen to be closer to that position in the past than the Democrats did. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys start turning pro-Democrat if the Democrats become the party of supporting Israel, which I don't think they're going to be. But it's this whole Israel genocide thing has exposed a lot of these people, Seth Dillon included, to where they went from the people who said free speech is great, talk to whoever you want, we need to have these conversations in the marketplace of ideas, to Nick Fuentes is evil, he's the worst guy in the world, and if you have him on your show, you should be neutralized. Now,
it's kind of strange.
It's kind of like you're doing a 180 because the guy, and by the way, Nick Fuentes, what's the more likely thing to have happened? Did all of a sudden, a bunch of people in America, because Nick Fuentes has never been this popular, as he keeps calling it tongue-in-cheek. He's on a generational run.
Right.
Did Nick Fuentes all of a sudden, just overnight, did he brainwash every American to going, you know what, I hate Jews and I want to be a white nationalist? Or did Nick Fuentes, who hasn't been that popular and people have tried to cancel him and get him off of things, or has Nick Fuentes just been saying a bunch of shit, and then Israel and people like Seth Dillon and Josh Hammer keep doing shit that makes him right?
I mean, it's mostly the second one. And then the other part is like and Nick is always more than happy to point these things out. He'll go back over history and show where, like, again, the JFK thing, the attack on one of our boats, 9/11,
USS Liberty.
All these places where we can be like, are they really a friend? Like the nation of Israel, is it really a good thing? Is it whatever? And then people take from that, oh, he's anti-Jew, and then they just brand him with it. He's kind of just sitting there collecting on it because of everything Israel's been doing.
Two things can be true at the same time. Nick Fuentes can be anti-Semitic, and there's more than enough clips you have of Nick Fuentes to say he's anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
That can absolutely be true. It can also be true that he has kind of hit the nail right on the head when it comes to these Zionists, when it comes to Israel's war in Gaza. He's at least giving you the straight dish, and he's nailing it on that, while they find out people like Seth Dillon and Josh Hammer have been fucking lying to them this whole time. When people find out you're lying to them, they get really pissed. And when they get really pissed at you for lying to them, they might turn to people you don't like very much because they think you're a piece of shit. If there's this other guy over here doing a show saying, I think those guys are a piece of shit, you're going to grab a lot of the audience that used to love them because they're saying the thing they want to hear.
And in fact, what Tucker did on the show was make the point against Jew hatred and make the point against racial collectivism at all.
He did say it was anti-Christian.
Flat out that is just unchristian, and that Christians must judge people as individuals, and that it's not a cuck move to say it's not the Jews, that you have to talk about specific. And the truth is, Nick didn't really give him pushback.
But it doesn't matter, because if a guy like me, who doesn't hate the Jews, goes and gives these criticisms that turn out to be accurate and true, they're going to call you an anti-Semite anyway. So the fact that
no matter what you do,
the fact that Nick Fuentes has become indistinguishable to these people from Tucker Carlson shows that you guys, Seth Dillon, you guys, Josh Hammer, you guys, Mark Levin, you have pushed these people over to Nick Fuentes, over to Tucker Carlson by fucking with them. You have told these people that guy's an anti-Semite, that guy's awful, that guy's this and that. And then they go, well, I listened to what that guy had to say, and he's telling me a lot of shit that you won't tell me, that you're keeping from me. I trust this guy more than I trust you, and this guy gives me information you don't trust me with because you want to control a certain narrative. I'm going to go to him. I don't think Nick Fuentes could have become as popular as he's become without help. And it's the help he's been getting is from the people that he criticizes. I mean, again, either everyone in America became an anti-Semite overnight, or Nick Fuentes was hitting the nail on the head and you guys were proving him right and kind of made him in a way.
Back on that. Now, you could say that that is Nick trying to moderate his views or something like that, but I don't exactly know why that's a bad thing. I think I'd probably rather people say, yeah, it's not all the Jews. There are different specific people. But
imagine that being your criticism of Nick Fuentes.
What, that you could try and narrow it down to just Israel?
Seth Dillon made the point. He goes, I think he's going on these shows and he's just moderating his views to appeal to a bigger audience. It's like, you think this guy is like the anti-Semitic devil and that he shouldn't be platformed and he's terrible. But your complaint is that while he's being platformed, he's moderating his views and not being as anti-Semitic. Well, wouldn't that be a good thing?
He's toning himself down publicly to be more palatable. Like, you do realize if he gets what quote unquote he wants, he'll just do a big show. I mean, it's not like we have to suddenly then start buying into all his bullshit. Like, I don't understand what's the problem here. It sounds like you're getting what you want. He's softening.
We can't let Nick Fuentes get very popular and go on all these shows. He'll start moderating his views and changing a little and being much more reasonable. And then we won't have our anti-Semitic devil on the right that we can point at and say he's the bad guy.
the bigger point here, I think look, when you say, oh, there's these people with conspiracy theories, they're not connecting dots. Again, yes, that's true. It's also prevalent everywhere. Every single day, Mark Levin gets on Twitter and tweets Tucker Carlson. That's what he calls him every single day. What is that other than a ridiculous conspiracy? There's never been.
It's also that Mark Levin's a hack and he comes up with gay names for everybody, like PMSNBC. That's a good one, right?
A shred of evidence. Laura Loomer, the most disingenuous person on the internet, once produced a document that said that a group in Qatar was trying to facilitate an interview with Tucker Carlson and a Qatari leader. There's no evidence that Tucker Carlson, the man in his 50s with tons of money, started going on the payroll of Qatar. This stuff is everywhere. And, I would just say that when you say, hey, there are certain views, like I find Alex Jones' view on Sandy Hook disgusting. I find Nick Fuentes' views on race disgusting or something like that. Okay, look, if I'm being completely honest, I find your views on Gaza disgusting. But whatever, man, let's still sit down and talk about it, because what else are we going to do? I mean, how many options do we really have here? We can fight, we can go to war, or we can try to argue this like civilized men and see who's more persuaded by our case. And for all you guys, say whatever you will about Nick Fuentes. I've known him over the years. I don't know him super well, but I do know him. And full disclosure, I got to admit, I kind of like him. I disagree with him on a lot of things, and he disagrees with me on a lot of things. One thing I cannot say about him, he is willing to debate. So when you sit here, Seth, and you're like, Tucker should have handled him like this, Tucker should have screamed bigot at him the whole time, why don't you give that a shot? I bet he'd do it. Give it a shot. See how that goes. See who can persuade more people. Well, I actually don't think that's a very effective way of dealing with anyone's ideas.
That's kind of the Jon Stewart message again.
Right.
Like, have the debate with him, put up or shut up. This whole, just sit there and scream bigot at him isn't really an effective way of dealing with your ideals.
These guys are going to throw themselves out of the conversation. The Seth Dillons of the world. And I believe that Seth Dillon is just a pawn. of much wealthier and more powerful people. But he's gonna throw himself right out of credibility because he's gonna be this guy who said free speech, free speech, free speech, and now all of a sudden we shouldn't have Nick Fuentes on. And let me tell you what that does. What that does is take people who have never heard of Nick Fuentes before and makes them go, why can't I hear what this guy has to say? I got to go check out this Nick Fuentes. Why is everybody so fucking mad at him? And then
honestly, being taboo keeps him going.
Right. And then this is why, you can take the money. You can take the money to throw a certain view out there, but you better save that money, invest it well, and get ready for retirement. Because once people realize and find out you're bought and paid for, you're going to fall off a cliff. So I want to see who owns the Babylon Bee. Who owns the Babylon Bee? Owned by Seth Dillon, who is its company's CEO. I guess who gives him money?
Now we're talking.
Because I have a hard time believing that these are why anchor yourself to this shitty. Oh, here we go. The Babylon Bee receives money from various sources, including direct financial contributions from its subscribers, revenue from its subscription-based services, merchandise sales, advertising, sponsorships, affiliate marketing, crowdfunding, and content licensing. Additionally, according to Open Secrets, individual employees, owners, and their family members have made political campaign contributions, but the organization itself does not donate. Okay, so here we go. The numbers are pages from PACs and individuals giving $200 or more. All right. So I
don't understand conservative Christian. That's the thing that always, if it's a conservative Christian thing, why do they play really hard for that team?
Well, because there's a lot of Christians out there that believe that Jesus can't come back until the Jews control that part of the world.
So God's flight's delayed until he has a landing strip.
Exactly. Shuli Madoff with $5 says Dave Smith, not a comedian, but he is on the right side of history. I will say I enjoy Dave Smith more as a commentator than I do as a comedian. I never found his stand-up to really stand out. But I think I think he presents the news in an entertaining way, and I think there's value in that. 125 away from today's goal. All right, guys, we got an hour left in the show. Pretty pleased with cherry on top. Throw a couple of bucks at the toe. That goal is life. Let's hit the goal and call it a win for the toe. 125 is the number. So let's do it in tens. Gifted memberships. Also, guys, we have, because of my little 1 week vacation, we've fallen off a fucking cliff membership-wise, which is too bad because we're falling from our highest point ever in memberships, which is over 1,000 a month, which is great. Let's see if we can get a few generous contributions in the next hour here and get this 125 knocked out. Johnny, a lot of people have been putting green lanterns in the chat, and they've been saying, a little WPH, a little WPH. I'm going to say right now, I'm against that. I think it's disgusting. I think it's really, really gross. I do.
All right.
And so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to bring to this show a little bit of Whitey behaving badly.
All righty. What's Whitey doing wrong?
How many times have I played a Chuck E. Cheese video or a Walmart video or a Waffle House video where you got people of a certain background throwing chairs, hucking fists at each other, all kinds of
behaving
stuff.
badly, I get you.
Right. And we see that and we go, oh, this is a big problem in that community. We got to do something about this. Well, Whitey do it too. Whitey be fighting. You've heard of white flight when people go from the cities to the suburbs. This is white fight. And it is so perfect that this next story takes place in a Bass Pro Shop.
Oh, no. Two men baiting and it starts a fight. Oh, boy.
This is the Waffle House of the Whites. A Bass Pro Shop. Some fight over whoever caught the biggest muskie, or, who shot the most points on a deer, or whatever the fuck they were fighting about. It escalated, and it got bad. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you whites behaving badly at the Bass Pro Shop. Oh, no. You know what it looks like? It looks like somebody scuffed somebody's New Balances. That might be what happened here. And yes, of course, he has to have the new white guy special, the Back to the Future, the 80s John Stockton shorts.
I don't understand why. Cover your knees.
Right.
Shorts should go to your knees.
We didn't need to go back. I don't know what the point of going back is all about. Like
you weren't getting enough direct airflow on your taint. What's the issue here?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh no! Don't throw white people punches.
Why are we pairing off all of a sudden? I thought at least we kept these things organized.
I got to be honest. I find this to be cultural appropriation. You know, and watch this punch that this guy throws. I mean, I'm ready to take a 23andMe and find out how much Navajo blood I might have in me. Look at this. Oh no! Oh, here's Bubba. Oh, shit. Oh, Billy Bob. Don't hurt him, Billy Bob. Oh, ground and pound. Oh, look at this. This guy, this is a white people fight. This guy has watched UFC, and he's going to try and do one of these.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to put him in a rear naked choke. I'm going to make him tap.
I'm going to get this motherfucker in a triangle choke. I'm going to go-go plot of this bitch. Oh, my God. There's nothing worse than the white guy who gets in a fight and starts trying to make crucifixes with his legs and shit. Oh, buddy, don't.
You're not ready for this.
I'm going to grab his arm and do a figure four and put it. It was a lot better when white guys would just try to do wrestling moves on people. Now you got this guy who's like, I'm going to put him in a fucking gopher guard. And oh, no. He did, too. Look, he tried to cross him up. He tried to throw the legs up. Look at that. He tried to throw his leg around the back of his neck and then put the front.
Did not happen.
Oh. Meanwhile, Bubba's like, well, what we do in the country is we just get behind you and start beating the fucking shit out of you.
I don't practice none of that fancy kung fu fucking shit. I got a fist and you got a face. I'm putting them together.
Now, April, who was there doing some Christmas shopping, is like, I was just trying to get some new arrows. What's going on here? This is not my fault. That guy, did you see that? That employee was on the phone with the cops, and he's like, Bass Pro Shop. And the cop is like, wait, did you say...
Wait, what?
Did you say Waffle House? Nope, we got a bunch of people wilding out at the Bass Pro Shop. Sir, that sounds like a white store. We don't even have those on our own maps here.
Don't you guys have guns in there? Just pop off around. Everybody will calm down.
Oh, that guy in the back had a sleeper hold on. Watch this. See, look. So the fat white lady is yelling, "You're a grown-ass man." Yeah, and she should have yelled.
I'm waiting for the part where that means something.
All right, you're a grown-ass man, and those guys are like, what does that have to do with anything? Somebody's got to run up there and yell, "Guys, you're white!" And they're like, "Oh shit, dude, that's right, we're white."
That's not okay. God damn it!
Give me your Twitter handle. I'll go home and talk a bunch of shit about you, and then we'll leave it at that.
All of this over a couple of jig lures and some fishing line.
Wait, this is all... Wait, what did she say?
You wonder why our schools are falling apart.
In fairness, when we see a big black brawl like this, we don't get that kind of commentary.
No, I missed it because it doesn't quite come through. What did she say?
This is why our schools are falling apart. That's fantastic. No, that's not. I don't think that's why our schools are falling apart.
I think it's definitely not helping.
I think this is more the chicken and egg. I think this is more the result of our schools falling apart, not why they're falling apart.
And you wonder why our schools are falling apart. Y'all are the example that you're setting.
You know, I'll give black people this. When they get in these big brawls, you don't have anyone moralizing in the middle of it.
Yeah, you don't have anyone socially scolding them saying, like, hey, maybe if you don't want to live in a shithole place, don't act like a shithead.
Yeah, they just let them get to fighting. The fight's commenced. Either get to fighting or get out of the way.
I'm going to get to punching.
By the way, this was the statement given by the mayor after this fight.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
It's reasonable.
It's reasonable. It's stark ravingly reasonable.
All the whites have gathered around to watch the fight. All right, now I'm getting dizzy. All right, we don't need to spin around in a circle. Jesus, somebody forgot the selfie stick this morning when they left the house. So this was in Odessa, Texas. This is in like oil country, Texas.
Yep. Texas.
This is the Texas, my friends. I mean, that would have gotten you to the checkout really quick while everyone else is watching the fight. You can just get in, get out.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
would have worked out nice.
We're going the wrong way, is all. I mean,
I was worried for a minute there because of the way it started with two individuals and then turned into two others. It started feeling like this was another one of like everybody paired off and started punching somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see it didn't spread that way because that's no offense if I can say on behalf of Whitey, that's not how we do. We do not.
Well, I just want everyone.
We do not fight like them.
I just want everyone to know there's a reason why our schools are like they are.
It's because we don't breed with these people.
What
would that make? Half people.
What is it? Inferior people. Half people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's saying that, Aaron, the one you called the tubby one looks Puerto Rican. You know what? I think when you're in like Texas in a Bass Pro Shop, everyone's white.
Dude, you're white the minute you cross the doors on a Bass Pro Shop. If you're there other than as a tourist being like, I've heard about these places and I didn't know they were real. That's the only justification other than, no, you're now honorary white.
Yeah, you're a cultural white once you step into a Bass Pro Shop. Papa Shab says, that's not how daddy do. I'll see myself out. Yes, please do. Please do. It was funny when Gino was on Outnumbered with Luke Beasley, and he said, that's how daddy do. Luke Beasley just, he cringe laughed so hard. It was so great. It's almost worth looking up again. I'll tell you this, 125 away from today's goal. Let's get back to business so the half hour of today's show doesn't become one giant beg fest. Let's knock it out. I think a couple 20s will get us right back on track to where we need to be. Let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Click one of the links on the what do you call that? The pinned comment.
Yeah.
Let's get some movement going here because it's I will say this, it's been a pretty standard Steel
It's been a solid show.
Yeah, it's been a standard day as far as the goal goes. It was a huge run up front that got us 2.5 hours ahead. And then that giant slowdown in the middle that we've kind of become accustomed to, which we've had that explained to us. And now we're looking for that big ramp up at the end that knocks out our goal. So it is looking like a pretty standard steel toe day. So I'd like to take that in stride. Let's show some signs of life.
Please
and show that we can, bang this thing out. Veldrain with $1 says, when the whites fight, there's always some white lady Karening out of control. Then everyone goes to eat some white cake.
It just sounds better. I'm going to be honest, like, give me your counter argument. That sounds nice. The white cake in particular.
Wait a minute. I'm just reading numero uno Josh Denny fans comment here. I don't know what woman he's talking about in that comment. I know he's not talking about me because that would be a horribly incorrect analogy, but I want to know who he is shit talking in that comment. Silverwolf with $2 says Johnny went a bit Asian there. Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop.
I come in Bass Pro Shop, buy all my bait.
Again, even if you're Asian.
Honorary white.
Honorary white once you check into the Bass Pro Shop. All right, thank you, Silverwolf. Still in central booking. We appreciate that. 125 away from today. Let's go, boys and girls. Let's get this thing knocked out. Let's get a few contributions for the toe for the 4.5 hours we're going to kill of your day today. Over half your workday killed by the toe. So, a little bit of a moral problem that I'm having lately.
What's that?
These strikes on drug boats and these strikes on the cartels. See, like, I feel like my position is going to piss off the no matter what Trump does, it's okay. Because, like, Trump has a lot of these Nixonian type supporters where their attitude is, I'm saying when the president does it, it's not illegal.
Not a crime. Right.
And to me, it's like, I would really like to have the same rules when the guys I vote for are in power.
Right.
As the rules that are going to be enforced on me when somebody I don't like is in power. Like that
sounds stark ravingly reasonable.
I feel like that's a reasonable position, but we live in a time where whether you're Democrat or Republican, having that position is going to get you crucified in the court of public opinion.
Oh, they're going to shit on you hard.
See, so like this, what do you call it? The whole strikes on the narco boats that we're doing. I don't like it. It's unilaterally bombing a boat because somebody in the government says, well, that's a drug boat. I feel like I used to criticize that when Barack Obama said,
hey, that's a terrorist. We better drone strike him.
Yeah. Like when Barack Obama said, hey, that guy's a terrorist. We should drone strike him and his kid. And they're like, well, Mr. President, all he's doing is preaching to people. I mean, yes, he's preaching extremism, but all he's doing is preaching and recruiting. He's not actively killing anybody or trying to kill anyone. Plus, Mr. President, he's an American citizen. He's afforded the right of due process, being charged with a crime, arrested, whatever. And the president's like, yeah, well, he's in Yemen. It's like, well, if
that sounds like a you problem.
Right. If he's in Yemen, then you ask the Yemeni government to extradite him, or if they won't, then, we're shit out of luck. And Barack Obama said, well, hear me out. I could just launch a Hellfire missile at him and have him and his son killed.
Right? It turns out I know those people.
Right. And they're like, well, most of us were like, well, Mr. President, that's called murdering an American citizen without charges on foreign soil. That seems to be a bridge too far for our Constitution. And Barack Obama essentially told us, whatever fucking nerds, you dorks can debate it after he's dead. And then we killed Anwar al-Awlaki and his kid. Now, I seem to remember a lot of people who to this day support Donald Trump thinking that that's a really shitty thing to do.
I thought so, but I don't know. I'm weirdly okay with some of the drug. For me, it's like I need to know what the burden of proof that that's a drug boat. Are we just hitting any boat that's moving too fast in the water in a certain piece of area, or do we have like? And here's my thing: can we arrest them first? Can we have like forces arrest them, seize the drugs, seize the boat? Like if we know that that's a thing, and then they start running, like then let's drone bomb them. It's just again, like you said, we've painted it a drug boat because the president says so. Boom.
Let me just say this. Let me get my conspiracy out of the way. What country is it that we say most of these boats are coming from?
Colombia?
Venezuela.
Venezuela. Yeah,
what's the most oil-rich country in South America?
Venezuela, shit.
What's a country that's been taken over by communist dictators for about the last 30 years?
Well, again, I'd say, Venezuela as
yes.
well.
What oil-rich country in South America has nationalized their oil companies and not allowed American oil companies in to drill for the oil?
Oh, they had to know that was gonna fuck. Like, you guys, come on, you can't cut us out of the club. That's not how this works.
Who's now kicking around the idea of regime change of Maduro in Venezuela? That would be the Trump administration. So now we have this issue where we're saying, oh, these drug boats. And like the American people are like, yeah, we're taking out narco terrorists. We love that shit. And to me, it's like, guys, how many times do they have to do this clandestine bullshit where they sneak a regime change war on you that costs us trillions of dollars and you guys keep cheerleading it, not knowing you're being dog walked into it? Well, it's Trump this time. He's bought and paid for by the same fucking people that the last guy was bought and paid for.
That's what I keep telling people. We're heading to a central fixed point, and we just keep wavering on independent sides of the line, right, left, right, whatever. And while we fucking argue over all these issues and fight and piss and moan about which side of the line is better, we're still marching lockstep towards that destination. Not a single thing you do slows down that progression.
So, look, I'm not saying there aren't drug boats coming from Venezuela. I'm not saying that.
You're just saying you don't know that there's this many?
I'm just saying that I don't like the idea of the president or the secretary of defense getting to go, that's a drug boat, blow it up. And we don't have to go to Congress. We don't have to get approval. Because now the next president, the precedent has been set. The next president can go, oh, that's a terrorist. We can just go ahead and bomb it. Like Obama.
Sir, it's a pontoon. Yeah, but it's a terrorist pontoon.
It's just like we say, though. It's like you start feeling crazy and then you realize, but I've been right for all these years. Bush opened the door for Obama. Obama opened the door for Trump. And now Trump is opening the door for AOC.
Oh, you think that's who's going to replace Trump?
Well,
we're going to backlash AOC?
Let's just see if AOC gets in there and she can go, well, you guys are an environmental terrorist because of all these emissions that you have.
And watch when they suddenly start putting the National Guard in cities to do stuff. It's like, oh, no, I'm all for it. It's like, no. Again, this is where when one person does it first, I don't care if there's been laws and things that say it's okay under this clause or that. We start doing this shit, we're eroding facets of society that will make it easier for the next wave that washes on shore to blow right by us. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, look, again, I have no problem believing that these are drug boats. I just want to know what the real
I saw the photos. They said they were.
Yeah. I just want to know what the real reason you're doing this is, because I have a hard time believing you're spending all this money, dropping all this ordnance in the ocean because, oh boy, we just don't want that fentanyl getting to our shores. And it's all Venezuela's fault.
Well, if we really gave a shit about that, we'd do stuff about China.
But that's kind of what I'm saying.
Right? It's kind of obvious. Like, oh, it looks like we're going here for something other than that.
Zen Man Builds with $2 says, I don't know what's more lazy, not ironing your shirt or not fixing the super chat display. New boot goofing until Valhalla, brothers. I did fix it today, remember? I did change the thing. We got it. $10 from You Need Me More says, here you go, Toe. That white fight scene was hilarious. Nice choice. Well, thank you. Thank you.
It's called Mayonnaise Mayhem. Look it up online.
I didn't know, but I'm going to Google it after the show. Hey, guys, we're 1:15 away from today's goal. Hit it, please. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We've got over a half hour left. Throw a few bucks in. I say everybody just start gifting 5 memberships on either Rumble or YouTube. On Rumble, it's cool because we need to pump up that number. We also need to pump up the YouTube number, but on YouTube, when you gift memberships, it can be part of Dong Watch.
It just sounds so wrong every time I hear it.
Really?
Yeah. And it's weird because I like King Kong Dong. I'm a fan. He's on my show, my little tiny program on the internet. So I like the guy. He's a cool guy, good guy. Just every time I hear Dong Watch, I think of like the world's worst Baywatch parody. And it's horrible.
Aaron, what if those drug boats are really drone boats sent out by the CIA to get us into another conflict? I would have no problem believing that. I would believe that before I'd believe that these are just drug boats that we just want to get out of there because, God damn it, we just care so much.
It's weird then, though, because the Venezuelan government has come out saying that they're not drug boats, but they've never said, like, hey, these are boats from your own CIA trying to get us into another conflict. And they've been against the bombings, which you'd think if Venezuela doesn't want to get into conflict, they wouldn't be against the boats being bombed. They'd be like, hey, take them out.
Grand Poobah says, when you see a boat full of bricks of cocaine, it doesn't hurt my feelings seeing it blown out of the water. And it doesn't hurt my feelings either. I'm just thinking a few years ahead. I don't want to give another president that kind of power. I don't want this one to have that much power. And this is what we know. We keep doing this. We keep going, yeah, but maybe one day we'll roll it back. It never gets rolled back. Ever.
It never gets rolled back. It gets rolled in.
Right.
Like a really bad infection, and it goes on to the next person, and the next person makes another shitty sourdough loaf out of that, and that gets rolled into the next one.
Here's a term. I'll do a little bit of a Reagan thing here. Here's a sentence you've never heard a politician ever say. That's enough power for me, thanks. I'm good.
Right?
In fact, I think we should give some of this power back. It's not responsible to give me this much power. Nobody, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter. Bapa Shab says, using an appeal to emotion from fentanyl deaths to manufacture consent for a regime change war specifically designed for to loot Venezuela. I mean, the oil companies were really mad back when what was it?
When Venezuela made that move.
When Hugo Chavez nationalized the oil industry. Veldrain with $1 says, speedboat on the ocean, 80s music in the background, Hellfire Missile, shortest episode of Miami Vice to date. They had drugs. It was fine. It is. I mean, very much the ends justify the means. You know?
I didn't know all that about the oil stuff, like the blocking American oil companies from drilling and operating. That really kind of changed some, in my opinion.
When did Venezuela nationalize oil? I believe it was like late 90s, early 2000s. Oh, fuck me. I'm way off. 1976.
That's why I never heard about it.
Led by President Carlos Andres Perez. Resulted in the creation of the state-owned oil company PDVSA. So that's why we're going after Venezuela. It's why you don't hear...
weird to wait till now.
It's why you don't hear about Colombia very much.
Which really you think would be the one that we'd be dealing the most with because they are the ones with the drugs.
Sanford's son with $140. That'll knock out today's goal. He says... toward the garment steamer budget. Thank you very much.
Sir.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
God damn, he really does like nail out that number like with the 20% Rumble takes like to the dot, like to the
They only
exact
take 20
number.
for you? Damn it.
Oh, you didn't know that? No, Rumble only takes 20% from everybody.
That's not the case on my end.
What do you mean?
I look at the payouts, the super chats of what I get versus what I was given on the show. It's not 20%.
Oh, mine's always like right on the money.
I don't know. Maybe I need to be part of another. I'm also like a way smaller streamer. I'm used to being like, people are like, you know what, take what you want and just be happy because you exist. Like that's, because there's plenty of people who don't even like as streamers like exist on like, I make money and money comes in and I make money.
Well, I'll tell you this. Sanford's son, who usually gives us a big drop every week, coming in hot on a Monday with $140. That's huge, buddy. Thank you. That puts you in first place. We got to move everybody down just a little bit. And now Main Vein is in central booking with his $20, and that's going to move Silver Wolf out of central booking with his 19. So thank you, guys. Hold on 1 minute.
Thank you, Sanfordson.
Silver Wolf at 19. There we go. Thank you, guys, very much. Sanford's son knocking it. That kind of kills the drama for today, doesn't it?
You know what? I'm fine with it. I'm cool with the idea. And actually, if you don't mind, in about 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to bolt to handle some personal stuff. If that's okay.
Oh, everybody's abandoning me today. No, I'm just kidding. That's fine. So if you hate Steel Toe and you come for the goal rally every day, I forgot you were there. You can go now. Thank you very much, guys. Potato Headcase says, please somebody give me your member. Guys, I think Potato Headcase is trying to say he would like a membership gifted to him. I don't think he's asking for you to have sex with his anus or mouth.
I'm not his lawyer, so I'm not going to speak for him.
I'm not trying to speak for the guy. But I really don't. I think he's asking.
I certainly hope.
I think he's asking for a gifted membership. I don't think he's asking for someone to give
for
them
someone's member.
his member. Salt Dumpster with a really interesting point. You know, a lot of people like to say that when you're crippled and everything, you should get special considerations and things like that. Salt Dumpster is saying cripples should get paid less. I think that's interesting.
I guess, I mean, I'm not entirely opposed. I guess what's the basis for this lower pay?
I mean, you can't get much lower pay than what I'm giving you right now because I forgot to fucking pay you this weekend.
Right. At the moment, I'm currently unpaid.
The moment he's at zero, he ain't got shit.
You know what? That's a good faith thing that I'm doing this whole.
You are. You really are doing this on the promise that today there will be a Venmo for you.
I thought we were always a month behind. That's the way I've always been. Like, it's a month behind. It takes a while for everything to kick over. So I'm getting paid for last month.
You understand that anything you say in jest on this show, there's like a whole army of Redditors that are going to go, oh my God. He's like, Johnny, if you're tired one day and I'm telling jail stories and you go, oh, they're going to go, Johnny doesn't fucking care. He hopes Aaron dies. Why would you do that to me? Oh, that's right, because I don't fucking care.
I'm a dickbag. Because they'll take it and run. They need something to run with. The drama's over. They gotta.
We really didn't give them anything today,
so they needed something. And there you go. Feed the pig.
8 Fu Toad says, "Ha, cute words. It's all you Republicans have, but you can't even spell poetry." It's funny. Let me say this. I don't know if you can call me a Republican, seeing as most of the controversial stories we've talked about today, I've pretty much warned the world against what Republicans are doing. I'm like, hey, these extrajudicial, no congressional approval drone strikes are really, really bad. I don't like it.
Think about keeping that fluoride. I don't know. Yeah, you've been very... Honestly, I would be expecting everyone to call you a liberal today. That seems where you're going.
Well, I will say this. I hate that we've got this government shutdown and now all these people don't have SNAP benefits, yet these fucking billionaires who fleece our treasury every goddamn year with all the subsidies they get, they don't have to pay a dime. I'm sorry. We're not going to balance this budget. This is where I get called libto sometimes. We're not going to balance this budget without raising taxes. And in order to raise taxes, you got to go to where the money is. And the middle class is tapped the fuck out because inflation has outpaced their earnings for decades now. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, all of these cunts have been getting money from our government way more. Okay, look, you want to talk about how much money? Elon Musk wouldn't be a billionaire if it wasn't for government subsidies. And you want to sit here and tell me that it's these people on food stamps that are fucking up our budget? Elon Musk wouldn't be shit without us. I think once you get those government subsidies, it should be a loan you have to pay back to the Treasury in the form of taxes. So yeah,
that seems like a reasonable way to do it. But what are you going to do next? Term limits? You fucking jerker.
I would be totally fine with creating 2 more tax brackets that go all the way up to 50%. That after you hit $600,000 a year and after you hit $1 million a year, we take 45% and 50% of every dollar. I have no problem with that because one of two things is going to happen. Either more money is going to go into the Treasury, or in order to avoid paying as many of those taxes, those wealthy people are going to spend money like fucking crazy, and that'll stimulate the economy too. So I'm okay.
It almost seems like it doesn't really fail.
And then on the other side, yeah, I want to make every dollar up to $50,000 tax exempt. Everybody gets to keep the first.
Shit, if I keep up at this rate, I'm gonna have to pay taxes in 2 years.
I want everybody to take their rich people and poor people up to $50,000. You don't pay a dime. But for the wealthier, I mean, who's stolen from this country more, billionaires or poor people? I would argue, look, we gave
culturally,
we gave $1 trillion to the bankers and we didn't nationalize the fucking banks. They took $1 trillion from people like us. They gave it to banks who were irresponsible with our fucking money. And then we
salved their wound and they got to stay in business. But they had to pay a lot of interest, right, on those loans?
Not a fucking dime. They didn't have to pay it back. Nobody went to jail. The American taxpayer should be getting a dividend check every quarter from every bank that needed a bailout. in perpetuity or the Treasury, one of the two. I would rather the American people get it, but we should have gotten a portion of the banks. Look, I'm not for socialism where the government just seizes property and the government takes the bank. But if we give you $1 trillion fucking dollars, you're goddamn right that people who paid you that money should get a piece of your company. In what other business transaction does a company save another one from insolvency and they don't get a cut of the fucking action going forward?
I mean, not in the business or in the mafia world, the way you phrased there, like they don't get a cut of the action going. Look, I put the money in, but it's my deal weed.
It was either Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan Chase, I can't remember, who rescued Bear Stearns and made them a part of their company. Okay? That private company gave a shitload of money to Bear Stearns to bail them out of the bad deals that they made, the bad mortgages that they bought. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Bear Stearns? Did they just get to operate as Bear Stearns and be an independent company again?
No, they became part of JP Morgan Chase.
They became a part of, I think it was JP Morgan Chase. Meanwhile, we cut $1 trillion check to save the entire fucking industry, and those guys get to go on doing the same thing, give themselves bonuses, the whole deal.
And we did it with the automotive industry.
I was just going to bring that up next.
I mean, we didn't really, I don't think we've done it with housing per se, but like you said, the housing loans and shit with the banks. So yeah, and then it's looking like we're getting poised to do it again somewhere. I forgot where we might be talking about bailing shit out.
Now, to me, if I hate, this is what the Republican Party has done that I've hated. They've convinced the middle class and upper middle class that they're closer to the billionaires in interests than the people on SNAP. I got bad news. I know none of us want to think of us as welfare babies. But you and I and everybody making, I would say, up to $200,000 a year, you're a hell of a lot closer to the people on SNAP than you are to Elon and the bankers and the oil guys and all of that. And those guys don't give a shit about you. The Republican Party has convinced the working man that they're not a couple of bad steps away from welfare. Now, I don't like welfare either, but this corporate welfare where people who are just fine and have more than what they need, I'm not saying that we should seize people's property, be socialist, anything like that. Quite the opposite. What I'm saying is no more socialism for these rich guys. No more government money.
The government doesn't throw in. And I like the idea, though, of if the government throws in, then we get a piece, like kind of deal. That's not even necessarily socialism. Again, that's capitalism. You buy stocks in a company, the more stocks you have, the larger your say. So, if you don't like the government, owning your bank, then don't ask the government to bail it out.
Mad Move with
Although, that door was opened by Clinton. So
yeah. Mad Move says if you have a mortgage, you're poor. I agree. All of us.
And then even then, after you pay your mortgage, you're going to be paying taxes on the property in perpetuity for the rest of your life. So even then, you're not necessarily out of deep water just because your mortgage is paid off.
Rabbi Smoothie says my house is paid off. I'm still poor. 8 Foo Toad says, can you tie a knot? Yeah, I can tie a knot. I just can't keep it tied. See what I did?
I got what you did there.
Reformed Rapscallion writes, I'm squatting. It works for me.
Oh, well, that's another thing, too. We have so many situations where people aren't following the rules now. Why should I be encouraged to follow them? But at the same rate, when we grew up with, Pimp My Ride and Cribs and back when the Monopoly McDonald game rewarded somebody with $1 million, like all that shit. And so we all just kind of, everybody's on the assumption that like, no, I'm umpteen weeks, months, days, whatever away from being part of that upper class. And so everybody thinks they're just right on the doorstep of it. You don't realize it's the other way around. You're on the porch and you're about to be on the front yard. So good luck with that.
So you're saying we're all a bunch of porch. Never mind. It's not important.
Right? We're taking it back.
Do you need to run?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I have an appointment, so it'd be helpful to get going to get
ready
the
to fuck out of here. Nobody needs you. I fucking
knew it.
Listen to Just Kidding LLC at 1:00 today on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's Just Kidding LLC is the title, the channel title, if you will.
Yep.
Johnny, get out of here. I don't need you till tomorrow.
Bye. I'll see you tomorrow.
Right. Cut him off before you could finish because I'm bitter like that. All right. We have knocked out today's goal, but we have not gone over. So therefore, Nothing in Mikey's commissary thus far today. Das Optic Nerve says somebody gift 8Fu a membership. I like 8Fu. I'm glad that he's here. As long as 8Fu says he's subscribed to the channel, then yes, somebody gift him a membership. Also, somebody else was asking for a membership earlier, but he wasn't important enough for me to remember. So I apologize. 209 says everyone should pay the same percent. Look, if you want to go flat tax, I'm okay with flat tax. 10%, whatever you want, but then no cap, no limit. You pay 10% on every dollar you make. Should we do that? That would be, let's see what that would be. We have $18 trillion in, no, what is our GDP? It would bring in a substantial amount of money. What is USA GDP? So if we just take 10% of everything, just 10% haircut, 29 trillion. So that'd be $2.9 trillion we would raise. So about $3 trillion if we just went to a 10% across the board tax. USDebtClock.org. How much does the income tax bring in right now? Total payroll tax. I don't give a shit about that. Give me the income tax revenue. Excise tax. There we go. $2.674 trillion is what we take in income tax revenue. So let's take 10% and we'll move it up to $3 trillion. But then we only raise $400 billion. We only raise $400 billion. So we got to cut another, where's our deficit? 1.7. So we got to cut another $1.3 trillion. Let's cut defense spending down to $500 billion a year. How will they live? That's another $400 billion. So we'll be at $900 billion. We'll be in the 9 digits. That's pretty good, right? See, when you start talking about, we need a balanced budget, that sounds great. I love that idea until you get to actually paying for it. You know, when you get to actually trying to do it, it's really fucking difficult. By the way, we eclipsed the $38 trillion mark on the debt. Good job, everybody. Eight Food Toad says, all I want is your rage. Damn those Republican streams, so strained. No passion, it's just keywords and read your script. Look, man, I'm all over the place. I would say I'm probably more right-wing than left-wing on most stuff. But this dogmatic belief that like people are so beholden to what they identify as, it's creepy. It's like, oh, I'm a conservative. Let me look up on these websites what that means today, and then I'll go support those things. I don't understand it. I don't get, like, it should be I have my feelings and my positions first. Where do I happen to fall in line with those positions? Because, like, you should be jumping from Republican to Democrat 5 to 7 times in your life, at least, right? Because what you believe, A, should evolve, it should change. And also, those parties will evolve and change as to what they believe in. So, you know, when I hear someone say, I'm a lifelong Republican or I'm a lifelong Democrat, what I usually hear is, I really haven't learned anything in my entire life. You know? So I don't, I am getting a little more, I think I get a little more lefty when a righty's in charge and a little more righty when a lefty's in charge. I think I probably just have some kind of authority problem. Los Federales says, if you have a mortgage, you're poor. That's the dumbest shit I've heard you say. I didn't say it. Some other fucking guy said it. How about this EBT fuck? Don't buy a property if you can't afford it. So everyone should pay cash for every... What about home equity? Trucker 18-wheeler says, I just got a mortgage, so I'm very poor. Well, I hear that. Whenever I have friends and stuff who say, oh, man, I can't go do this, that, or the other thing. I just bought a house. I'm like, I get it, dude. I get it. I'm going to stand for people to just sit there, says this person. Flat tax is way harder on poorer people. This has all been figured out for years. There is, because if you go to that 10%, if you break down tax brackets, you are going to have some kind of buffer for up to a certain income. Because right now the income tax is 10%. from $0 to $11,600. The fucking government does not give you a break on that income tax. 12% is 11,000 and up. That seems like way too high on those poor fucking people. Look at that. You got to take 10% from people up to 11,600. Dude, leave them the fuck alone. But yeah, it goes all the way up to 37% at 600,000 and up. So it stops right there. If you make 250,000 a year, you're at 35% and under. Every dollar you make over 243 is taxed at 35%. But if once you're at 609, fuck it, 37% every dollar from there on out. It's just the same thing. Meanwhile, if you're working class, look at how many fucking rate hikes you have to go through. So I would say working class now is 0 to 100,000 at this point. I mean, the way inflation's been. So you go 10, 12, 22%. Meanwhile, if you're a 1%er, it's just that 37% after 609. I think the tax bracket system is fucked. If you go 10% for every dollar everyone makes, that is way harder on the wealthy than it is on the poor. The poor don't have to go. The poor will get a giant tax cut if you go to a 10% flat tax. Because right now the poor go 10, 12, 22. Now you're saying every dime you make 0 to 100, instead of 10, 12, and 22, you're going to pay 10. That's going to be a lot harder on the person making $1 million a year than it is on the person making, $100,000 a year. Plus, it's still only 10%. You could also go with a consumption tax. I think all of these people having different ideas on what we should do tax-wise is indicative of the fact that the way we're doing it now is not efficient. No way. Bapa Shab says we need a debt jubilee and we need to make Bill Ackman scrub truck stop toilets with a toothbrush. Dude, if that second one happened, that would be awesome. I think if we could just get Bill Ackman scrubbing toilets with a toothbrush, I'm here for that part. I did want to show you guys the That's What Daddy Do part of the Jubilee thing. Let me go up to, because Gino comes in at an executive order in September 2021 mandating all federal employees and contractors get vaccinated. Very few were fired because it was challenged in court and left in legal limbo. Okay, so Gino's right here, though. He did mandate that you either get the vaccine or you get fired. That's kind of that thing where just because someone says something and they're saying it with authority does not make it true. I know it probably kills us to say this, but Gino was going over this again. I just want to hear him say, that's what daddy do, and I want to watch Luke Beasley cringe, because it did make him go, oh, God.
You've heard a lot of the debates we've had, which has built my argument about the lack of patriotism in support.
I'm sorry, I'm not even doing a show anymore. I'm just jumping around. I should have been more prepared on this. I didn't know this was coming up today on my own show, but at one point, he does tell now I'm calling him Harry Sisson. He does tell Luke Beasley, he goes, you're jumping around all over the place. And goes, that's what daddy do. And Luke Beasley just went, oh, God. Oh, it's just. Reformed Rapscallion says, I've noticed we currently have two Americas, those in cities versus those in the country. Couldn't be more different in values. Numero Uno says, I clipped specifically the daddy do part on X. Everyone should follow me more closely. Oh, well, shit. Then Numero Uno, Josh Denny fan is the guy. Hey, Numero Uno, before we have to run tonight, what do you want me to, what internet drama do you want me to cover on the evening show tonight? Numero Uno has this thing where he keeps telling me, you got to cover this, you got to cover that. And I go, no, I'm not going to do that. It's fucking retarded. And then 1 out of 10, I'm like, okay, I love this. Guilty pleasure. I'm going to do this one. I swear. I'm going to let Numero Uno tell me what I should look into and see if it's something worth doing. Here we go. That's what daddy do part. Look at this guy. Look at Numero Uno fucking killing it. I love that.
Daddy do.
That is a completely involuntary sound made by someone who's just been douched out.
A little off the rails on that, but
that's what daddy do.
That should be a drop. Just that.
A little off the rails on that, but
that's what daddy do.
Good.
Gesundheit. $2 from the Tommy Jordan says, I do YouTube streams. Can I apply for co-host? Email. Here's the deal with that, Tommy. That is not a compliment, because that means that the way Johnny co-hosts this show, it makes some random schmuck on the internet go, well, fuck, it's got to be like winning a radio contest. I got to just be able to send an email, right? That's not good. I'm going to bring that up with Johnny tomorrow about whether or not that's insulting to Johnny. Hey, I saw your co-host today. I figure I can just send you a fucking email and we're good, right? I don't know. Shoot me at aaronimholtradio@gmail.com and we'll get to know each other, Tommy Jordan. Why the hell not? Rabbi Smoothie becoming a member for 7 months says they can't legally do a flat tax because all direct taxes have to be apportioned. Article 1, Section 2. I think you mean appropriated. Jelly for I'm sorry. We knocked out our goal. There was somebody here who lives their life on us hitting the goal or not. I feel really bad. Yeah, we knocked it out. I just never changed it in the chat. I'm sorry. We're 290 away from Tuesday now. That's a dirty. I'm sorry. What's Navid? I'm really sorry. I played a dirty trick on you, and that is my fault. Now I feel like shit. I feel really bad. Jelly for DeSmelly says, this guy is totally ignoring all the people that quit their job because they wouldn't take the vaccine and they don't have time for years-long court battles. That's true, too. Kmart Ready says, Johnny is the horse needing a trip to the glue factory. What? God damn you. By the way, Rabbi Smoothie is telling me apportioned is correct by state, by population. Oh, okay. Well, then, yes, you're right. I'm wrong. Jelly for the Smelly saying no, apportioned is correct. Oh, well, fuck me. What's the appropriation clause in the, isn't that Article 1, Section 2? Appropriation, the thing that gives the Congress the... Oh, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7. All right, I was off. Requires all public money to be spent only after being appropriated by law. Well, then fuck me in the ass. I thought that was Article 1, Section 2. It's Article 1, Section 9. Look at us. Look at a bunch of Constitution nerds having a bro-off. MSO says, you forgot to update the goal on YouTube. That's a grift. I got caught grifting a little bit. I got caught grifting. We're just about done. We did have this story about this crazy St. Paul bar shooting that I wanted to do. I want to spend more than a minute or two on it, though. So I think we might move this to the evening show. Some poor bastard. So some guy gets shot late Saturday night at a bar, probably a bar that's having its big costume party, whatever. So he gets shot, but despite being shot, the guy gets up, chases the gunman out of the bar, fired shots at the suspect with his own weapon, and was able to help subdue the fucking suspect. So some guy comes in. Imagine you shoot a guy. You come in, you shoot him. You're like, well, that guy's taken care of. And then that guy gets up and starts running you down and shooting at you. That's a shit your pants kind of a moment. So we're going to have the details on that one during the evening show. Also, I do want to give a special disclaimer out on today's show. This is very important. I need to get this out there. I need you guys to understand this. If you ever give me $7,000 in donations to this show and then ask me to put together an event for you, I am going to just take your money, pocket it, and never throw you an event. I need to, that's just right up front. If you first throw me $7,000 and then after you throw me $7,000 say, hey, now throw me an event, I'm going to keep the money and I'm going to not throw your event. Now, if you come to me and go, Aaron, I'd like you to throw me an event, I'll give you $7,000. I would say, go give that to someone who actually plans the event. I'm just some shitty internet podcast guy. I'm not gonna throw you a very good event. Even with $7,000, it's, I'm not a professional at that. Why don't you go to an event planner and they can do it for you. I would do the responsible thing. But if you donate $7,000 to this show and then go, Aaron, throw me an event, I am going to pocket it and never look back. Fauci's Pangolin says, how about 8,000? All right. The general rule stands as it is. Forget the amount of money. 8 Fu Toad says he'll just show up at this event. That's a loophole. Yeah, I'll stop by. You know. Numero Uno says, wait till my bombshell reporting on this comes out. All I know is what I saw. I think Stalin linked to it or something like that. I follow him on Twitter. So I saw some 17-minute video of, what's his name? John. I can't remember his last name. But, God, I've watched the guy before, too. I should remember this. John DiCaprio, win by 2. He apparently took like $7,000 from some guy. There was a 17-minute rant he did on it. I don't know anything else other than he said that somebody said that they gave him $7,000. He's saying that the guy only gave him $2,500 and that the guy has cancer or something and that he wanted Win by 2 to throw an event for him and then Win by 2 didn't throw him an event but he kept the money. Here's my take. I don't know what the scuttlebutt on this is. I don't know the drama behind it. I'm going to say in general, if you give Jon DiCaprio $2,500, you just threw it down a black fucking hole. It's gone. It's not yours anymore. If you give Jon DiCaprio $2,500 to throw an event, you're pissing your money away. He's not an event planner. He doesn't know how to do events. He can plug a soundboard in. I'm positive of it. But if you gave Jon DiCaprio $2,500 and said, now throw me an event, you're too wrapped up in the internet. You're too wrapped up in this tiny streamer shit. You need to back off a little because nobody should give Jon DiCaprio $2,500 to throw an event. And if you do, you should not expect the event because Jon DiCaprio is not an event planner. Please. He does emo music, as Chevy Fan says. All right, take it easy, guys. I'm out of here. If anyone wants to give me the backdrop to that, that's all I know. That's it. That's all I know is the 17 minutes I watched today. If I'm missing something, please let me know. Numero Uno says, what if you give him $1,000 to... Well, I know if someone does that, you shouldn't then turn around and insult his boy and call him a liar. Ooh, that might cause a rift. All right, guys, take it easy. I will talk to you tonight for the evening show. We're going to be on at 6 o'clock Central Time. I hope to see you there. I really do. Have a great rest of your morning, guys. Thanks again.